Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Cannabear, Adam Price, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Maris, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cat FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Muted, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Please don't start that, Issa.
Hey, 10th.
What's up, 10th?
Good morning, everybody.
Where were you, in a tunnel?
No. I'm eating toast and just woke up.
Did you see that message I sent you?
Who?
10th?
Yeah, I'll answer it in a few minutes.
Okay. But I was reading some of the things you posted. It's funny because they don't look at the word sextant before the word arc, and they just jump on the word arc. You see? It says arc. The Earth has an arc. No, the sextant's arc.
Yeah, the Earth had the Noah's Ark. The Earth has so the circle of equal altitude is a flat arc. It mentions that. And then there's the arc scale on the sextant, but no mention of Earth curve.
Well, you wouldn't want to mention that if you're talking about angles, would you?
I'm going to stay away from your dangerous, John. You can spot an angle denier 10 miles away.
Yeah, speaking of that, you said you listened back to the show and you didn't like the fact that it can't be appearing to be flat to be taken as a geometrically flat measurement. Yeah. I was trying to illustrate how Arwin was taking us on a merry-go-round with exactly that, because that's Arwin's argument. Arwin's saying if it appears to be flat because of what we see, which is flat, and that flatness is accounted for by it being a sphere but being bent up to look flat with terrestrial refraction, then I can use that bent up to look flat because of terrestrial refraction if I assume what I'm seeing as flat and going to be measuring as flat is actually flat. That's that's Arwin's farcical argument, not mine. But you seem to address it to me in there. You're like, "Hey Nathan, I listened back, blah 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 blah."
It was when you said I bid on it. I was trying to say that same thing that you said, and just then, and I said it wrong. And I was like,
now it makes sense because I pointed out that you'd bitten on Arwin's little trap that he was trying to. Yeah, gotcha now.
It's not really a good trap though. I mean, Arwen's good at it, but it just leads you in a circular logic at best.
Well,
I don't think so.
He's taking the best of what they've got at the moment and taking it to the nth degree because there's no one else here doing it, and he's very good at it. So where they would try and do exactly the same thing, take it round and round in circles, he's got the meat of their argument pegged down, And he's like, right, okay, what would they do in this scenario? They'd just, what does Q? Rinse and repeat. That's what he does.
Yeah, but what is terrestrial refraction?
It's pointless now. That's what I was
Exactly.
trying to say. That it's the horizon technically is pointless to this argument. It has to be flat geometrically for you to acquire an angle. All of it.
They are
Yes.
coming out with some classics now. I had a few chats last night, and that proto fad, whatever it's called. This is what he replied to me. The sextant doesn't care about the shape of the surface you are measuring from. You simply need 2 points to aim at. That's all. The idea that you need to be on a flat surface to get an elevation angle is fiction created by Nathan and his crew.
Wow.
It is not supported by any of the actual authoritative celestial navigational texts.
Which are cited here, because he cites them then, doesn't he? Obviously, to back his argument. He's specifically referencing the texts, the predominant ones, which he's now citing as saying that you can have a curved adjacent, right? He cited that underneath that, right?
Nope.
He's saying it doesn't need to be flat. I mean, I'm just reading what he said. I'm not agreeing with him, by the way. I'm just saying this is how, and you, Nathan, and the crew have made all this up about, you can't get an angle,
Right.
curved adjacent.
Well, from
You've made it up, right?
radartutorial.eu. So this is a website specifically about using radar. It defines measurement of the elevation angle. Quote, the elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. That seems fairly straightforward to me.
Me too.
So you
I've got
use
10
two
more.
points there.
I've got 10 more that I could have, if I was him, cited underneath, if I'm specifically referencing citations. I don't. Typically. Why would I? Don't need to. The argument is the argument. When you're talking about angles, they're straight lines, not curved ones. I don't need to cite anything. But if they're to say that the popular ones, the most prevalent ones, oh really? What about this radar website that specifically says the same as all the other 10 I've got, that you're going to need a horizontal plane to do it with? Yeah, you would. It's an angle measurement. That's right. Elevation angle being your angle between the horizontal and the thing you're measuring.
His statement violates the law of contradiction.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy what they're coming out with.
Can you read his statement
Then there's
again?
another one. He was saying, I don't even know what this means. You have to use planar math, they said, telling me. And it is a curved line adjacent, so we're just working with not such a regular triangle. I had to turn my phone. It was driving me insane what they're coming out with. It's
Don't
mental.
let it. No.
I can't go in there.
No.
I've
Don't
never
let
gone
it
in
send you nuts. Don't let it drive you insane. Bear in mind that this double-speak nonsense has to be formulated in the mind eye of the person that's actually spewing it. Don't let it bother you. Laugh at it.
Mic check.
Yeah, because that is funny.
Hey, Eli.
Mic
Not
check.
regulars.
Hello.
Hey, so I was saying his statement violates the law of contradiction. Can you read that statement again?
Which one? The one from the radar site?
That one deck read from Proto.
Oh, from Proto. Yeah, I was about to say. He's talking to you, one deck. He's asking you to reread the contradiction at the end of Proto Thud's statement to you.
The sextant doesn't care about the shape of the surface you are measuring from. You simply need 2 points to aim at. That is all. Full stop. The idea that you need to be on a flat surface to get an elevation angle is fiction created by Nathan and his crew. It is not supported by any of the actual authoritative celestial navigation texts, even the ones they reference show. Can't read the rest of that. I'll put it in main chat now if you want.
The sextant doesn't care what shape you're measuring from. When you're measuring from the horizontal plane to the site, which would be the star or the sun or whatever you're shooting. Like that's exactly what you're doing.
But that's a shape, Eli. That's not that's an aspect. That's not a shape.
Exactly, it's an aspect.
Still two straight lines.
So from Sustainable by Design, altitude angle. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote.
That's black and white.
Hold on. Remember the argument that we would kind of throw in their face that we're talking about an aspect, not a shape? Is that what he's going for with that statement?
Possibly.
What he's doing.
He's going for a reverse reification call out when you haven't used one. So he's saying this tool that measures angles, that's two straight lines, doesn't care about, oh, sorry, my concern for the feelings of this tool were what exactly? Doesn't care. No, it's just an angle measuring device. I'll concede that it has no feelings to concern itself with the ground you think you're standing on when it's measuring a flat baseline and an angle up from it. The second line, straight that it is from a baseline that's flat. That is what it does. Does it care about the surface? Well, no, it's measuring an angle from the surface. So, no, you need to concern yourself with that. You think it's curved and that won't give you an angle. End of our involvement. That's it.
I think he means the sextant's working on a globe, so it doesn't care.
I've just put it in the chat now, the picture of it.
None of that even makes any sense. After you take the angle measurement, aren't you supposed to subtract from 90?
Can go there. I mean, I agree with QE in this respect. I'm not trying to diminish what you've just said. You're absolutely correct, and they will take it there in debate, so it's always worth talking about. By the same token, once you've measured that angle, maybe John, back me up here. Once we've got to this point, we're measuring an angle, an elevation angle. Do we need anything else beyond this in the argument at all?
Absolutely not. That is the point at which they agree with us, even if they don't want to admit it.
This is what I mean.
It's double confirmed by what 10th man said. When you minus it from 90, you've then implied that every single measurement you take to every single star has got a 90 degree below it, so that you can take the angle and turn that into a distance along the ground. Well, that 90 can only be achievable on a flat plane. But it's the second step after you've measured a flat plane elevation angle. So it's excellent, but it's surplus to requirements. And I'm not trying to diminish it in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't be able to make that statement unless I understood that, which I only understand because of you telling it to us. 10.
Go to Master B, look at the image, and give me a few more seconds to articulate.
There is no image in Master B.
Oh, I sent it to Neil. Ha! Hold on.
I'm not Neil.
We all will kneel one day.
What's the pity?
We slightly complicate the simplicity of the argument when John says that they have to concede our flat plane that we all dwell atop in order to take an angle to then claim it's a sphere. But you're only overcomplicating or taking it to the next level for their position with regards to that first step of measuring an angle.
Well, it may be, but I don't think so because it's part of the whole sextant process. So just go to those pictures.
No, I agree. I'm not trying to diminish anything that you've said or
No,
said.
I know you're not. But and why should I sit there and educate them? I get it.
Okay, go ahead. It's up.
All right. So the first one. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. So the first one is a line of sight. And you can see that the horizontal is at the observer's eye. And this is what happens when you use the bubble sextant or the artificial horizon, because there's no dip. Now, the second one, if you can go to that one. Doggone it, it's one of those pictures.
Neil.
See, it's one of those pictures that just doesn't show up well. Hold on one second. I'll get occupied. I'll be right back.
But this is an elevation angle measurement, essentially without any corrections needing for you using an optical phenomena. That would be the horizon to establish horizontal, which has its errors. And dip correction, that would be height of eye above the horizontal plane that you're actually utilising when you draw a line to the GP of the star. That's not required in this instance. So once you've established horizontal, with 90 degrees below the star in this instance here, that's all you need to do. There's nothing else to do if you're using a bubble sextant.
Well, that's why I like Eratosthenes' so-called experiment, because he utilized the flat plane to assume parallel sun rays, but he got an angle from that stick in the ground, So you don't even have to go to the sextant.
Exactly. I used that in comments yesterday, but it admittedly wasn't in a battle with a fundy. It was a flat earther that was actually stating it. And I was like, you realise that example can be ended by pointing out that he can only get his angle measurement from a flat plane. I mean, that is the beginning, middle, and end of all of these arguments. They're going to have a flat plane at the first step in almost every single example. The only examples that don't have the first step being measure an angle off a flat plane, they've already acquired it somewhere else and it's been inserted into a model. But they've still had it at the start of that process to get that model, haven't they? It's epic.
Just like that proto-Ted with that stupid text comment there. And then he goes to put a video on. I thought I'll just have a little look. And I have actually watched the video while I was just looking into sextants. And the video, it just shows the horizon with the sun, and it's a pen and pencil, a boat. And the first thing it shows is how to get the elevation angle. I just paused it.
And what's it? No, don't just say it. Just carry on. What's that? What's an elevation angle? What did they describe? I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Yeah. I said, well, you've said all that. I said, you just posted that video.
No, you're missing my point. We've got an audience that need educating. So you're saying, well, at the point we've got the most winning, strongest argument we've ever had, it points out he's got to measure an elevation angle. All right. And what did he detail about it? What was he saying? What was the process? What did he do? How does this prove our point, is my point. Can you labour it a bit?
Okay.
One Deck doesn't know what I'm asking, does he? Do you follow me, One Deck?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Nathan. No, I didn't quite catch that. Sorry.
Okay. You said in the description that you were sent in a video by Proto that it got to the point of the video where the guy had to measure an elevation angle. Then you stopped.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Oh, right. I have no idea what that even means. How does that prove anything? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, my point to him was the first thing you're doing is measure an angle, so it's over for you. You measure an angle. You can't go anywhere. You're measuring an angle. The surface is flat and level.
Good enough. And right, indeedy. You're just measuring an angle.
Yeah, but so in one breath he's saying one thing and then he's showing you the right way. They don't know what they're talking about. One minute they're saying one thing and then he's showing you the way that's correct, and we know, and we're telling them. They're just all over the gaff.
And then they cite celestial navigation, which completely contradicts any nonsense that they've inferred is our claim when it's actually how celestial navigation's done. Yeah, then they find themselves in a position where you've got to go back to him and point out that celestial navigation is done thusly. Now, you don't actually have to do that. As I said earlier to whoever is getting frustrated with these idiots, just laugh at that point. No, you've posted me a citation that proves we're on a flat plane because he describes it the same way we do. That's celestial navigation in essence, isn't it? That's how they do it. That's all we're doing. We're not coming up with a new method that shows how, if we measure this angle, we'll prove a flat Earth. No. The measurement of the angle when used in celestial navigation requires Earth to be flat.
Well, my wife is, she's had calculus in school and advanced geometry. Like, she's an educated woman. And I told her, I tell her about the stuff we talk about here. And she just got it last night and she busted out laughing. And like, she couldn't stop laughing for almost 10 minutes. And she said, I finally understand. You know, I think it may be just about repeating the information.
Absolutely, that's what I was trying to get through to one deck when he was like, when he got to the elevation angle bit, it's like you've got to labour the fact that that's proving Earth flat because you can't acquire that straight flat baseline for a line to be coming off it with a vertex meeting at the point you're measuring. That's an angle. Yeah, that requires that the Earth be flat to do that, and it to work. If the ground was curving away from you, that doesn't work anymore.
Or
Yeah,
you
no,
could just
totally
read
agree,
the
Nathan.
definition
Yeah.
of elevation angle.
My point was
Yeah.
that they say it's curved and then they show you it flat. They don't know what I know that, what you're saying. I've seen it straight away. I know that. But I can't believe what they're doing. It's just unbelievable. They must be psychopaths, that's all I can say.
It is delusion. That's what you're trying to deal with.
It says
Nathan,
here that
so
the...
slide up. I'm going to get in finally. My
Go
goodness.
ahead. I'm out.
That's not psychopathy, by the way.
Nathan,
Yes.
did that slide show after I got it back on?
Yeah, it did. The one with the sun.
Okay. No, not that one. Those are new ones. The one that was blackened out, I went and redid it.
Yeah, I can see that it's kind of got an eyeball and one line in it that doesn't.
No, go forward to that.
Yeah, the now one that doesn't come out. It's just black.
No, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I know.
So am I. Stop breaking his chops. Go ahead, 10.
Do you see the two 90-degree boxes, the pole, the solid pole, and the guy's eye line saying 32?
No.
What's going
Yes,
on?
I got it.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. When we've got an audience, let's just tell Neil. No, it's just black. It's just
It's
black.
a Master B.
Neil,
It's a Master
who's
B.
running this show? Does it matter if you've got it? Seriously. No, I haven't got it. It's just black for me.
All right, what's the slide you see then? Go back one. Forget that black
All
one.
right,
Go
I'm
back
trying to
one.
reload Skype.
Oh, well, you got to tell me you're reloading Skype.
Okay, so after the guy... Okay, let's go back to the first slide and let's just see if I can get it to manually click across once I've got it lined back up again. No. I'm sorry. You're going to have to make your point without slides, just verbally.
Well, it's for some reason it is showing black, the other ones, but that one that I fixed should show up. But basically, when you're doing a elevation angle and you don't do dip correction, the horizontal line is at your eye line above the surface that you're on, but it's parallel to what the surface is, no matter what these guys say. Because in the dip correction, when you're using the natural horizon, the purpose of dip is to get it to the surface, and that is always parallel to your horizontal eye line when you do use a bubble sextant or an artificial horizon. So they're just parallel to one another. I mean, it's just matching the surface, has to. That's why it's a GP of the star is on the surface of the Earth. If you go to the, how many slides do you see? Because there should be some more.
One.
Showing the sun, the alt-az.
Yeah, got that one.
Okay, so you see the sun there with the direct zenith down to the surface of the plane. And then the height, h, is your altitude or elevation angle. The z from the vertical of the observer is the co-altitude, and that is what gives you the zenith distance, okay, between your zenith and the sun's zenith. The path across is the co-altitude, and that's what you times the 60 nautical miles, because the sextant doesn't measure distance. Sextant measures angle. Then you take that angle, subtract from 90, which already tells you what your surface is the minute you say 90, and you get the remaining number 2 times by 60 nautical miles. So it doesn't matter if you're using a bubble sextant and the horizontal is your eye line, or you use a regular sextant using the horizon where you do dip correction to get it level with the surface of the sea. This slide tells you it's a right angle triangle. When they say minus from 90, it's over.
So in this diagram, if this was 45 degrees, which approximately is, you've got your co-altitude coincidentally being the same value because you're minusing it from 90, and then times that by 60, and that gives you this distance here. It's really easy.
Okay. I thought once it's in Master B, everybody sees it. I didn't know that your equipment is starting to suck, Nathan.
No, you're not wrong. My equipment is starting to suck because it's about 6 or 7, maybe even older years old, the computer that is. But there we go. Such is life.
Smash the super chat.
Smash the super chat to support this channel. I'm sure I'll be doing a GoFundMe when it goes bang.
So
Hey,
Nathan,
listen.
hang on, one more slide, Neil.
I just want to say one fast thing. It says here that first known use of elevation angle was 1686. Interesting.
Got your
So
boat.
Nathan, on this next slide, it's from the Navy site. It's the Comet program at the bottom. They go through, it's a really cool site. As you can see here, after dip correction, look at what they've got sea level. And from a 90, the zenith distance is 1 degree because they're assuming the boat is just under the star, but just 1 degree off. So the 89 is using what? You don't need the surface? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's unlikely they'll be doing this when they're 60 miles away from whatever.
No,
Although
it's just
they
for
might be.
teaching.
They might be using it as the
No.
third star, and it just happens to be 1 degree off their position to get their third location. Why not?
It's don't look at that way. Just look at it from a teaching perspective. What are they trying to tell you?
Which bit are you focusing on? The minusing it from 90, or the fact that it has to use the ground being flat?
Oh, that's a 90. That's the whole
Same
point.
thing.
Go to,
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
Go,
It's kind of
go,
redundant,
go,
Nathan.
go to the next. Go to the next slide. There's another one for a teaching example.
Okay.
Sea level, and that's a perpendicular with the vertical. So there's your 90, and then you can see showing if that star was 5 degrees above the horizon. It's just telling you. Look how level that sea is. Why aren't they showing an arc?
Indeed. It's got to be flat. Thank you, 10th. Got there in
Yeah.
the end. Can I ask a favour of you, John?
Yep.
Number one, make a note of your wife's eureka moment, maybe the day or something. But the favour is, can you ask her to paraphrase back her eureka moment to you in terms of how she understands it to work now she quote unquote gets it? Maybe, I don't know, scribble it down for me, but just get a paraphrasing of what it is she now understands as she puts it. Could you do that?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Well, it makes me wonder, like, the people that were developing the globe ideology, right? Hold on, the baby's crying.
No worries.
Can I show one more slide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Tell me, hopefully this came through nice.
Okay.
Okay, so this is cool because in all the pictures we showed, they need that tangent plane for it to work because it has to have a flat baseline. And you can see here that they have that triangle going sideways on the flat baseline, but then they also mirror it underneath on the curved surface. So it's what a teaching slide this is, because a sextant cannot work with an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. And they're showing you that it couldn't work. And see that bending triangle on that ball there? So obviously it has to work on the flat baseline, even though they got the triangle on the horizontal measurement mode rather than the vertical or elevation angle mode. But there's no way you can get an angle on the curved surface as this would show. But I mean, it's just funny as heck to me. But if you see the dotted line, that would be the the equatorial plane. And so that's why they take it to the center, because they can achieve a flat plane there. That's why they say we get it from there, but they don't show it here.
Yeah, equatorial plane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're transposing the angle measurement that you take on the surface with an arc of the tool and saying that that arc of the tool actually projects up to a sphere that intersects the angle they're taking with a globe of the heavens out here at an infinite distance. Well, it's like, well, at that point, you're just taking an angle measurement off this flat plane in the middle. The actual bit that you superimpose in the middle of your angle to whatever is infinitely projected out as a star in this depiction is irrelevant of the sphere that you've drawn around the middle of it. Again, I'm sure you had a diagram of this yesterday where it's got you on a plane measuring an angle with just this ball stuffed in the middle of it that's got no use or reference other than them having a way of saying, well, we've projected out the curve of the tool onto this surface about a millimetre out from where you're measuring it with an infinitely distant star to measure with an angle from the equatorial plane that's flat.
What I was going to say, though, about my wife and her understanding is I wonder if the globe ideology would have ever taken root if people had been standing around in academia pointing out that that's a violation of geometry and of what an angle is.
Maybe they will now. I mean, if you control the education system, you can control the means of people's thought processes as they go out of the education system or into higher education or even into disseminating the information as a teacher. Well, you can control that road, so you can have a good idea how people's thought processes will function. But from here forward, maybe they will. Maybe they'll go, yeah, this doesn't work. Geometrically speaking, we've got to have a flat plane. Can't do it otherwise. And people will, have those eureka moments. Your wife is, admittedly, she's not quite, because she's subject to this information by a cursory, you're listening to it and involved in it and doing it. She's not, but therefore she's directly influenced by you. But nevertheless, her thought process is representative of a number of other people who will do the same thing. Admittedly, they have to be subject to this information, so this isn't the best example. A lot of people won't be. So, can't really use it in the Nielsen ratings comparison and say she represents X numbers of thousands of people who will also realise this, because they're not all being subject to the information. But there we go. Sorry to ramble on.
Well, I was just saying, like, if you go back to, like, the beginning of your debates, right, to the point we started pointing it out, how many times did they invoke an angle without the slightest care to the surface that you're measuring from?
Oh, dozens. There's loads of them.
I'd say more than dozens. I'd say every time they were spouting a globe proof, they invoked an angle in some way.
But John, if you remember, they are taking their measurements from the center. So they are using a flat plane to get the angle from the center. They're saying since, which is not true, sun rays come in parallel, then that's you can take that angle up to the surface, because like the one picture I showed of the airplane, and then the angle from the airplane, and then the guy on the earth, the angle, and then the angle starts at the center. They all have the same angle measurement. So this is all they're doing. So they even are admitting the tool can't work unless it's on the equatorial plane.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, is how quick would how much further would this it's not an argument anymore, this understanding be if we even realized it, say, 2 years ago?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There was a missed opportunity every time they took an angle measurement to anything ever, or asserted a claim that had an angle measurement in it. For instance, sticks and shadows, you used it earlier, I'll just repeat it. Well, you're going to need a flat plane for that, was never uttered by us. Now, listening back to yesterday's show, which was really good, Huey in the background, when this was being discussed yesterday, said, I never thought of the question. So, from that, I immediately yeah, neither did I. Even when it was, and I've said this before, slapping us right in the face with conspiracy cats. He's saying, I'll give you a flat plane. Now, yeah, Quantum Eraser pointed out why he had to give us a flat plane, but the wider reaching implications, or as he put it, the question, wasn't even considered, was it? How do you get the elevation angle from a curved adjacent? You don't. But until somebody's putting it into a context that really makes it obvious, which is 10th man, suddenly you realise that there's a question to be asked. And as you rightly point out, every time it was used, nobody ever asked it. Why? Well, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what they're doing. The magic trick works in a magical way. I mean, you've got to admire the trick, right?
Well, no. See, I think they built a magic trick that they didn't even understand, is what I'm saying. They were just taking angle measurements and trying to figure something out with them, but they completely ignored how they got the angle measurements.
Right.
And I don't know if that was intentional. I really don't, because how can we say it was intentional of them when we didn't spot it for however long we've been in this discussion?
And the Al-Biruni example is always going to be the perfect example of that, isn't it? Well, how does Al-Biruni get to the derivation of R from a dip measurement to a horizon that he's implying is a geometric tangent? How does he get to that point? Well, he starts off by measuring the height of the mountain. It's in their rhetoric. And in their rhetoric is that flat Earth angle that he measures to get the height. Now, no one spotted it. We say we haven't spotted it for a couple of years, right? And that's because we're so involved. But yet you see Mitch from Australia publishing somebody who's also detailing how Al-Biruni derived R. And it's televised. And even they say, oh, people are going to accuse us of being flat earthers now, aren't they, matey? Because here he is measuring the height off a flat plane. Ha, ha, ha. Now here's how he gets R. You're like, whoa. So it might not be obvious to somebody who's at the tip of the spear. Sometimes things aren't, right? You miss the wood for the trees. That's us. But it doesn't mean that your average Joe doesn't spot it straight away.
Well, no, that's it. It's like you can't see the forest for the trees, and that's what this has been for however long this debate's been happening on YouTube or in humanity's history.
Yeah, but Tent, what did you just say? They think they're getting it from the center of the Earth, which is flat to them anyway, correct?
Correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now, we are joined by Neil, 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Arwin, Eli, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good morning.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hey, good morning.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. It's all the same to me. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, that's a horizon formerly known as Earth curve?
It's the horizon in the math.
No. In the math, the horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. We've got imagery that shows it's way beyond that. It's called black swan. So no, Earth curve is not the horizon. The horizon is not Earth curve. We do not have a physical geometric limitation. Hence the question formerly known as Earth curve, because the horizon isn't Earth curve. You might want to believe that it's blocking boats and buildings with its Earth curviness. It isn't. We've debunked that.
The horizon can't be Earth curve, else we wouldn't be able to attain elevation angles.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? That'd be a sphere Earth falling away from you.
That violates geometry.
Yeah, you can't do that one in the math. You actually have to do it in the visual real world.
What? No, you can do it in both, but the starting process is measuring an angle. That is necessitated by a physical measurement in actuality. You can then maths it and do all sorts of useful things with it. But that measurement in the first instance... John, take it away.
It must appear flat, but it has to be geometrically flat for it to be an angle.
So to do this, to measure this angle in the first instance, regardless of what you're going to do for it, if you're going to use it to measure the star to get its GP at 90 and minus that angle from 90 to give you a distance to it, that comes after measuring an angle that necessitates a flat Earth to measure it. Likewise, as discussed in the pre-show, Al-Biruni, the methodology that Al-Biruni used proved that first you must use a flat Earth if you're going to be measuring an angle. So to get the height of the mountain, Al-Biruni utilised a flat Earth methodology.
Well, maybe they can use a non-geometric angle.
There's no such beast, I'm afraid. What are you talking about?
Optical angles.
Apparent, not actual.
Yes.
Yeah, you can calculate those with diffraction limits and so forth.
Again.
Yes, you can calculate those sorts of things with diffraction limits, and you can work them out if you've got the knowledge of the lenses that you're using, or if you're using it with the eye. Yeah, you can do all of those things, but you're talking about apparent things, not geometric things, not measurements of things that give you distances when you're applying maths to those measurements. You're talking about something very different when you talk about diffraction limits and angular resolution limits and optical phenomena. All of those are apparent.
Right, so a sextant isn't an instrument to actually determine whether the Earth is flat or a ball, so it's just not relevant.
Well,
right?
it is relevant because
you can use it optically.
It is relevant because it couldn't function on a spherical surface because you couldn't get that angle.
Not without terrestrial refraction.
Well, no, that's the trick right there, isn't it? It doesn't matter about the apparent nature of it. It's for it to be an angle. That's a geometric concept. It must be flat.
Well, we're not dealing with geometric concepts. We're dealing with real-world observations.
No, it's not going to work. I'm not going to let you hand wave it. John's got to the nub of this because we happened to discuss it before you got here in the pre-show, right? So I left my mic closed for John to deal with this, and he has very swiftly dealt with it. You just hand waving off that we're not using geometry. That's not going to fly. Got anything else, Alwyn? Notice how quick we dealt with this today, John. If you were here, I'd high five you.
It's an optical measurement, right? The geometry is not involved.
Yes,
right?
It's
not a process in order to establish the Earth being a ball or flat. So it's not relevant.
That's a separate entity. To acquire the angle, it is and must be flat. That's very different to you saying the tool's not being used to establish whether or not it is. No, it's using a principle of the ground, an aspect, if you will. It's utilising that. And that aspect cannot be curved. You saying, well, it's not a tool for measuring whether or not it's curved. It's like, no, it's using the fact it's flat. Not determining it. It couldn't not be, otherwise it wouldn't work.
Well, when you're dealing with a light-based instrument, the biggest worry is how the light's going to respond, right? And yeah, even though the light is not technically abiding by normal geometry, doesn't mean that it can still work if you just overlook that fact that light bends, and then it all just works out flat.
The moment you say light, no, back to John. I won't. Go ahead, John. Say it again. Because once light's bending, it's not flat, it's not straight.
Doesn't have to be.
Yes, it does.
Right, then it's
We're
not an
measuring
angle.
straight lines. Sorry, John. I just did hand over to you. My bad.
No, apparent straight lines don't have to be actual.
Violations of geometry.
Geometry is a concept.
Are all the buildings where you live crooked?
That's a non sequitur. Yeah, we're applying this to what we measure, and that measurement had to is a straight line. So the moment you say refraction, okay, so you've got a curved Earth with terrestrial refraction bending like those two bends that you've now got. Two bends don't make a straight, Arwin. And it must be straight to be a measurement of an angle. That is a fact. Again, no referring back do-si-do style to, yeah, but it's not being used to measure what the surface is. No, it's utilising an aspect of the surface.
Only apparently.
Which is flat.
No, in practice, not only apparently, when you actually apply it, it works. This is now into celestial navigation. Did you want to, Baldwin, argue against the process of celestial navigation, which is not mine?
Yeah, but celestial navigation doesn't actually explain the geometry of the Earth. It just makes you go by the celestial light orientation, right?
No, it doesn't show you. The same bloody argument, but with celestial navigation at the helm now rather than me. No, it doesn't show you that. It utilises an aspect. And if that aspect wasn't flat, it wouldn't work. John's already explained. It would violate the principle. And no, yes, we are using geometry before you go there again as well. Hopefully I've kept track of every single non sequitur is employed, so he doesn't double down on any of them again.
Well, I have a final rebuttal to that, if I may.
Of course.
Right?
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I don't think that you can prove that the sextant wouldn't work on an apparent flat plane with terrestrial refraction.
Then you've got two curves. Terrestrial. I've just covered this. I did miss one.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Two curves don't make a straight. I did cover this. Typically in my summary I missed it, so he launched into the same rebuttal. No, two curves don't make a straight line.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
That's the principle you're using. Non sequitur. Third time you've used that one.
Flat plane.
You've used that 3 times.
Yeah, because it's a logical, consistent argument.
No, it isn't.
Arwen, what's an angle?
Yes, it
Define
is.
No, it violates
Arwen,
geometry.
define an
It's not logically consistent. You've already had that broken down by John. It violates the geometry principle you're employing.
Define an angle, Arwen.
Visually or geometrically?
Geometrically,
Define an
we're
angle.
doing geometry.
No, but you're
There
using
are-
an optical instrument.
There are no visual angles, Arwen, unless you draw them on a sheet of paper. Then
Right,
that's
so there
geometry.
are. Thanks for immediately proving yourself wrong.
No, you're drawing them on a sheet of paper.
Yeah, so you can see them
Non
now.
sequitur. Yeah.
Yeah, so now it's a visual angle.
This came up yesterday on Bev's channel. Shout out to you, Bev. I was watching your show yesterday, and you had a guy that was essentially deriving a description of a geometric principle on paper off a curved surface. And Bev went round and round with him forever, pointing out that no, you're not actually doing this. You're just drawing a line on a sphere. As in, it isn't happening in physical reality. You're not taking any measurements. You're just describing how you think it would work when on paper you draw a curve on a sphere.
Right, but that's not what you actually do when you utilize a sextant, though. You
That's
actually
so
just
now Arwen's
use
using our argument.
visuals in
Yeah,
the
that's
real world.
hold on. Who is this? It's not fair when you do this because I don't know if you're now stepping into actually confirming our argument, which this is, or staying as Baldwin and trying to do the Baldwin. I'll use your argument like it's working against you. In fact, it's the winning point we've won with. Are you now still Baldwin, or are you actually backing us in our point that wins? Because you're phrasing it like you're phrasing it back to me like it's a winning argument for you as Baldwin.
So you're going for ad hom now and not sticking to the facts anymore?
What are you talking about? There was no ad hom in there. I was just clarifying. Is it Baldwin that's putting it to us? In which case, I've got to respond in the respect that you're now phrasing this argument as though it's against me when it's our winning argument. But if it's you saying it as our win, not playing devil's advocate, in other words, for the audience who don't follow, then you're confirming where we win. And I'll just tap you on the back and go, yeah, that's right, Arwen. That's where we win, isn't it?
Well, what if it's just both?
Baldwin.
No fair.
Yeah, but look, it doesn't matter if you win against the Ball argument. The Ball argument's always going to keep going. So I'll just give you that win.
Ah,
that
now
way
I get it.
you win.
Okay, good point. No, Arwen's just twigged something that needs ironing out in this argument. So, where do they get a draw? That's the best they can hope for. Well, if you can drag the argument out into the mildest of confusion, or length, in this example, then people lose track of the winning argument. Unless it's reiterated at nausea with someone telling you that you're just repeating yourself when you repeat your winning argument. That's normally the opponent on the ball side. But Arwen's now pointing out that he can, if he chooses to, just lengthen the time we spend discussing this and occasionally paraphrasing the argument we make like it's a devastating point against us. And then, hopefully, there'll be enough people in the audience that don't appreciate that all he's going for is a draw, and that dilutes the win. Good point, Arwen. I'm glad you've done it. Now you've done it. I'm smiling as opposed to annoyed at you.
Woohoo! Let me try to ruin that for you. No, just kidding. People in chat seem to be agreeing with my technical arguments, though. Although people might be a bit.
Yeah, that boat sailed. We've covered it 5 times, so let's not do that again. It's not going to. Now your point's been drawn out, and I've explained that you're drawing it out for the dilution of the win. There's no need to do it again. Let's not go there. I'll just ask another housekeeping question, unless we want to discuss Arwen's tactics.
Hold on, let me rephrase it.
As long as you realize that I basically like the format of what I did just won. Doesn't matter whether I won the argument, but the format won. So it's going to persist.
No, I get it.
Here,
I totally get it.
Let me
Before you go, John,
then.
I'll just read out the super chat to Samuel Goat, who says, "Great show as always, fellas. Favourite flat Earth songs? Question mark. For the chat claims down. Before the chat calms down. Mine is I Know There's Something Going On by Frida. Okay. I don't have any favourite flat Earth songs as such. I listen to mainstream pop music, and a lot of it's got heliocentric nonsense in it, to be honest. But there we go. That's me. Thank you very much for the super chat, Samuel Goat. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Flat Earth Man has a couple
Not
of
you, Arwen.
songs.
Go ahead, John. Sorry to ruin your flow.
Well, yeah, this is just a reverse of our argument, but it would have to hold true that it can appear to curve, else you can't use an optical instrument to measure an angle, and geometrically it can't curve, else you can't acquire an angle.
Yeah, the geometric aspect that you're acquiring when you make the optical measurement is one of horizontal nature, not one of a curved or tangent-based nature. Because if it was, you wouldn't be measuring an elevation angle at all. That's not what you'd be doing. But you are doing that. So you are using the aspect of horizontal. That's precisely what measuring an elevation angle is.
So not refracting at a rate of r.
No, the moment you imply that, you're no longer measuring an elevation angle. That's the bottom line.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem with light bending is it doesn't really work out well when you're actually going to try to represent it with mathematics and geometry, right? So that's why you have to compartmentalize actual visual observation in which things will very much seem flat versus the geometry in which you just can't really properly represent how the light really works. It's just intangible.
Shout out to Godzilla 37. It says, instead of how about favourite flat earth songs as sung by Neil? Question mark. Thank you very much for the super chat, Godzilla. Really appreciate the support.
Y'all could just get over that flat plane.
Don't get hung up
Right.
on it.
The problem about the ball Earth is you can't really show it.
Well,
Because of
you
the
can't
nature of
measure it.
light.
You can't measure it. Measure. Black Swan shows you haven't got a physical geometric limitation at the horizon called Earth curve. That shows you can't measure the sphere Earth and claim the geometry of a sphere. So what geometry do we use when we look through the sextant? What's the aspect that we use? Say it with me.
Flat plane geometry.
Right. So we're not employing sphere geometry with Earth curve, horizon. That is not what we are doing. That doesn't work.
can't.
We've debunked that geometry, haven't we, Arwin? The physical geometric Earth curve, horizon. We've debunked that, haven't we, Arwin?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, since the nature of light is not as straightforward as we would all like, pun intended, yeah. The geometry can't really apply to visual measurement, right? Which is how we
Of
measure
a sphere.
the Earth.
No. Of a sphere. You can absolutely acquire a horizontal. And one of the methods of doing that, that's using an aspect of the ground you're standing on. Yeah? You can do that with a sextant. If you're a ball-believing clown with a geometric horizon debunked by the Black Swan, you can't even look at a sextant. Because one of the lines it's going to be using is going to be off a curved surface. No, I mean, it doesn't work. And we've debunked their original assertion of that sphere Earth geometry. It's gone. So when they start their process, if Adam was here, he'd be spitting feathers. When they start their process by looking at a geometric horizon and telling you how they're going to correct for it with dip. Sorry, what did you say? You've got a geometric horizon tangent point now, have you, Cloud Show? No, we debunked your geometric physical tangent point horizon, and you told us how bent the line was. Well, we're not using bent lines when we measure straight lines with this tool, are we? It's the end of the argument. It's no longer a debate. It's no longer agree, disagree. It's a fact of the aspect of the ground we are standing on, that it is flat.
No, it's not the end of the argument. It's a dead end of the argument because, yeah, you just explained how we can't actually use straight lines in optics to measure things. Yeah, so it's a dead end. We can't use visuals to prove the Earth is a globe because
we do.
Was.
He's Baldwin still. I was about to go nuts thinking he was Arwin, not agreeing with me. And in fact, he's going to go for Baldwin with the concession. Go ahead. I can't believe I interrupted. Sorry.
No, you were basically right in the sense that, yeah, we can't use visuals to measure the Earth as a ball because the nature of light will always make it appear flat. Which is kind of tragic because, yeah, it was originally introduced like, oh, boats going over the horizon, assuming that light all goes into straight lines, and it actually doesn't. So it's like this embarrassing mistake that we used just to kind of quickly explain it away to people how it should work. And then the nature of light just completely ruined that over time, right? And now we're left with no proof of a radius value. We just have to kind of assume it because it works out in the math.
Such a dizziness in your
It
conversation.
does not work.
No, it doesn't. I just
doesn't.
want to shout out Bex. I'm sorry, it keeps landing on you, John, when you want to make a point. It'll be you next. I think Bex is taking the piss out of my car. He sent me a super chat and said, to saving for a real ride. Look, man, I pretend. What is it? How can I phrase this? I think of my very old car as a brand new Lamborghini. You can think of it as a brand new Lamborghini too. Based on that, I drive a Lamborghini.
Well, based on how light refracts, it is a Lamborghini.
Absolutely. You can think of it as a Lamborghini. Thank you very much for the super chat, Bex.
Arwen just did two things there. One, he attacked celestial navigation. And two, he said there's no proof for a sphere as a way of arguing for the sphere. Or Baldwin.
Yeah, that was
What?
very out of. That wasn't
No, I never
characteristic.
attacked celestial navigation.
I rumpus it last time, and I hopefully won't do it again. Yeah, he conceded, didn't he, John? No, I know that concession was followed up by an attack on celestial navigation, which isn't our claim. It's just how it's done. It is called celestial navigation as opposed to a flat earther claiming elevation angle measurements are required for something. No, that's just the process of celestial navigation. But he indeed conceded you can't measure Earth as a ball. Nah, we wouldn't have got that out of a real baller. Arwin, poor show.
No, you would. At this point, you would, but they would just do it very quickly and then immediately.
Show me one. Show me one. I got
I'm
told.
sorry, but they say it's all the time among themselves.
Contrary to that belief, I got told not to get hung up on it, Arwin. That's what actually happens. I got concession. No, I got told don't get hung up on the flat plane you've just proven.
Right. Exactly.
That's not a concession. That's not saying I can't measure a sphere Earth, which is what you said.
Well, I'm just getting ahead of the curve here. That's all.
Okay.
By the way, Nathan, congratulations, 1600th show.
It is, yeah, 1600th show today.
Yeah, awesome.
And obviously, because it's such a milestone, I'm going to say smash that PayPal link because it's been a disastrous 2 months. I'm really poor. So any help would be greatly appreciated. Smash the PayPal link in the info box below this video. Someone had yesterday, so I won't name you because you didn't specifically say I could. But thank you very much to the person who sent me a PayPal yesterday. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
I don't know the messages.
And I've been here since the beginning. All right? James Harlan and stopping traffic with my Rasta hat.
What would you call it at the time of the strongest points of this argument being made is your worst time financially? There's a word for that. Ironic, maybe.
Maybe. No, it's not, though, because I know I've been doing this long enough to know the stats. Another useful thing is to know whether or not to panic. And this is a slightly elongated story, so I'll beg your indulgence. The reason I got a great big gash under my chin was because I was ill and knew that in that particular period, which was end of January, beginning of February, that's the crappiest time of the year in terms of financial outlay from YouTube. It's just, I'm a small YouTuber, therefore I'm predominantly dependent on people hitting the super chats and things like that. That's what builds up my YouTube revenue. And after Christmas, people have got less money. So I'm far more inclined to say I'm dependent on super chats and that type of revenue than I am from advertising revenue. That's a much smaller chunk. So therefore, if there's less people with less money in a particular month, that's going to affect me. It's just how it is. But I know it from patterns in the past. So what I did when I got ill was when this is the lull, I've got to work harder. So I did. I pushed myself and then ended up messing myself up even more. And as a result, I've put in less work because I'm physically incapable. I'm a bit messed up. I've got a head injury. Well, that's not what you need when you need to put more work in and increase your output to compensate for the fact there's a lull at that time. Now, it's only because I've been doing it, however many, 4 or 5 years, I forget now, that I've seen that pattern and can now proactively do something about it, increase my output, in other words. But that backfired badly. So now I'm like seeing the messages from YouTube. You'd normally put out X amount of videos in this period. You've only put out this amount, and that's why you're doing badly. I'm like, yeah, but I feel bad. I'm poorly. So now I'm a bit better and I'm e-begging instead. So there we go. That's life. But no, I don't think it's a coincidence in the respect that, oh, look, you've got a really good argument. Let's put the pressure on and make sure nobody gives him any money. No, I don't think that's the case at all. It's seasonal.
No, I was saying QE's done this on purpose. QE and 10th did this on purpose to you.
Oh, gave me a cracking argument. No, I'd rather have a cracking argument in a lull because then you've got more potential to chop up stuff and put it out there and highlight the argument, and that gives me more material to work with if we've got a cracking argument to work with. So no, I don't know if I agree with that either. I wish I had.
The Black Swan was in January of 2020 as well.
It's a good time to put out new stuff. I don't know. Even if it is a good time. Technically, it's a crap time. If you want to take the calendar-based argument that it's the new year, is it? It's in the middle of winter. Is that a great time to put out a new argument? Especially just after Christmas, because you get this big build-up to, well, at least we do, to this seasonal festival, enjoyable thing that everyone looks forward to. And then straight afterwards, you're in the darkest part of the year, and everyone gets pretty miserable. So I would say it's arguably one of the worst times to put things out that are
No,
new. Put them out in
it's the
spring.
best time. It's actually the best time. You know why? Because there is not a lot of other things that people can basically seek out to distract themselves with. When everybody's all joy and there's money and there's festivities, people will forget things more easily because there's so much to distract them.
Couple of quick shout outs. Sorry to cut you off. Shout out to Mike808 for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. And also shout out to, is it Goldie McKiernan? Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Good morning from Flat, Florida. Good morning to you too. Thank you very much indeed.
I'd like to address.
Go ahead, Tenth.
I'd
Sorry.
like to address John.
Hello?
Arwen was in the middle.
John.
Go on, Tenth.
Yeah, John said Black Swan was January 2020. Sextant was January 2020, by the way. It just started that day, but I didn't bring it out until the following year.
Oh, I see. They both coincidentally, the start of the development of the sextant argument coincided literally by the day to the release of the Black Swan 1st Jan 2020. And then a year later, approximately, but by the end of 2020, you were talking about sextants and telling us and hinting about stuff, and we were saying, "I'll just do a presentation on it," because obviously in the past little things come up and they get little presentations, but you really took your time with it. I'm glad you did. And then over the last year, 2021, you were dripping it out in the pre-show. But go on.
Yeah. By the way, Eli's going to interview me on 24/7 this coming Sunday, 6:00 Eastern time, and we're going to go into it a little bit. But when QE came out with the Black Swan modus tollens from BLMSB 69, picture, video, and taboo conspiracy, but they just showed it, but QE put it in the modus tollens and gave us the Black Swan logical consistency argument. I wanted to know what that actually meant, so I contacted QE personally, and he spent time and educated me on what he was doing. I said, "Oh, okay, I get it." And then right when I got it, this image in my mind appeared of the sextant for whatever reason. And I said out loud, right at that time for QE to hear me, I said, well, I bet anything the sextant's going to prove this point from a different angle, so to speak. And he pondered it for a minute. And then I said, I'm going to start research on it. And then he says, yeah, but keep it on the down low for now, because I think you got something there. And so that's when January 2020, I started the research, and it was just so overwhelming. I said, wait a minute, I got to get all the bugs out of this before I go, because right now I want to go now. I want to charge with it. But I said, no, just hold off. And then I set the traps and everything else. So they started simultaneously, or just about.
I do vaguely remember QE actually having a mention of the sextant. It wasn't a massive piece, but there was at least one line in the very first presentation. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure he did mention it early on, just nowhere near the kind of lengths.
Well, yeah, it's because when I brought it up, he said, you know what? Yeah, I think you have something, but go do it separate and quietly, because obviously we can come back and use it as a hammer. And so that's the way he was thinking. That's the way I was thinking. But until the investigation started, we really didn't know what would come out of it, other than an intuition that it was going to be devastating, if you follow.
Okay, I cut off Arwen just before reading out the last two super chats, so I'm going to read out another two super chats. Thank you for all the support, by the way, people in the live audience. Michael Khan, thank you very much. One of my supporters already, but thank you for the super chat. He says, God bless Nathan and all the panel. Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Really do appreciate the support. And again, Godzilla37. I haven't missed a single super chat from you recently, Godzilla. I'm glad I haven't, as well, as you're coughing up to have them read out. So 1,600 chances. Woohoo! And we're still waiting for ballers. Discord's open, and still just crickets from you guys. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Godzilla37.
Can I apologize to 10th and QE? I was just trying to make e-begging interesting. I wasn't really implying that you guys were doing that on purpose.
Doing what on purpose?
I didn't think anything wrong.
Doing what on purpose? I've lost track of what you were talking about, to be honest. Doing what?
Oh, I was saying that they let the arguments go when it was financially the worst time for you.
I see. Because I immediately said, oh, no, it would be it would be bad. But what you're saying is if you've got a lot of good stuff to talk about, that's going to generate more interest, therefore generate more revenue, and they're only doing it to help me out in a lull in the... I got you now.
Well, to coin the phrase, we are cashing in at the moment.
Well, no,
To an extent.
not
There's
just
lots
that.
of super chats coming in, so I'm going to read them out. So shout out to Ben Weiss, who says, just message for the audience. Please share the show. The globe is possibly the biggest lie ever told to man. The truth shall set you free. Smiley face. Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Really appreciate the support. One more thing before I do. Again, Alwyn hasn't spoken since I cut him off about 10 minutes ago. Just want to point that out as everyone else jumps in. Also, I'd normally have done about 2 minutes ago a shout out to the normally about 100 people watching, but there's 116 right this second. It has been up to about 120, so there's a few more people than usual watching. Please share the show. So the only reason there's over 100 people watching is because people share the show. And if you're typically not watching at this time, it'd be great if you smash the share button, stick it out on Facebook. You know the score, you know how to do it. It's really easy. Share the show. Go ahead, Arwin. Oh, he's buggered off. Fair enough. I hope I haven't annoyed him.
I don't think you probably do understand what I did, but you might not have. It was kind of a psychological ploy, and I feel bad about doing it now because I used QE intent. But, just an interesting way of e-begging. I shouldn't have done it.
I still don't follow, but you have to. I've asked twice now, so I won't ask again. You have to explain it to me after the fact. I'm too dumb to get it.
Well, it's about the argument being present in people's minds. It's about the idea of your need being present in people's minds. For them to...
I still don't get it.
Yeah.
We'll cover this
I'll
later.
explain it later.
I'd normally ask another housekeeping question, but sort of halfway through the show, when we've only asked 2 questions, that seems kind of silly. Go on, Ted.
It's so high up there that only John gets it at the moment.
It's way over my head.
Yeah, John, I never took it in a bad way, so no worries.
That said, the last super chat was on point in terms of the fact that it's particularly quiet. I know, Neil, you're normally a fighter and you want to see these fundies coming in to, I don't know, wind me up. But I'm more than happy to have a nice conversation like we're having today and point out all of the logical consistencies we have here.
Well, I think
I like that too.
If we summarize 2020 to now, January 2020 to now, between the Black Swan and the Sexton argument, and when I started the Sexton argument with some evidence, it's going to lead everyone back to the Black Swan because they're related. And so I do mean that, and I think some people will get a fuller picture later. I'm saving the best for last. I can't say what I have, but when I show it, you'll understand how this all together works with the Black Swan. And so when you guys on the last few shows have said it is the well-documented fact that celestial navigation works this way, and all we're doing is sharing what it can do, what it cannot do. To get to that point, since January 2020, that's a big point because they can't argue with it. They have nothing to argue with. This is their side documenting how celestial navigation works. And now these anti-flat earthers are fighting every step of the way. It's embarrassing for them.
Yes, it is. And I like the educational shows too, but I do like at the end, if a baller tries to roam in here, then it's fight time. Yes.
Although I'm going to... Did you want to add something? SPPS 28? I don't speak Morse code.
Okay.
Did you want to pop yourself on mute? SPPS 28. We can hear you typing. Thank you very much. There's a couple of other newbies that had just joined that I took off mute. Rookie 1973. Are you a newbie?
Morning. Not really a newbie, but I'm here.
I meant, did you want to add something?
No, I just came in. Thanks, though.
No worries. Good to have you, by the way. Have I missed anybody else? I don't think so.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All that talk about cashing in makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah.
Good one.
Very good.
I don't get
That
it.
was right up your alley.
Hold
Tex.
on, I don't get it. Can you explain it to me? The penny hasn't dropped.
Now you're pitching.
It's only
wait,
half right.
Hold on, we can't get into puns. We're only halfway through the show. let's not launch into puns this early. Towards the end of the show, I can cope with it. It's because I haven't done the rest of the housekeeping. Should I just continue with housekeeping?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Let's start from the beginning, right? I know we've asked two of the questions, but we'll see how quickly we get through them. Any evidence of physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Gonna need off of that.
Okay. Any
If there
evidence?
was-
Any evidence? The R value. That's Earth radius.
If there was, we wouldn't be doing this show.
Correct.
About the R value. Any evidence
Well,
that
we
we have
might
a
have been. We
distance?
might be doing the show even if it was there, right?
No, we wouldn't. I wouldn't be wasting my time.
I wouldn't be here if there was an R value. There'd be no point.
Exactly. But there is no R value, so this is a very long argument.
Or evergreen YouTube subject, as I would say. Smash the super chat.
No, I
Yep.
would definitely still be here, and I would be acting like Flatwin constantly.
I went and had a look yesterday at a few videos that were made by people who cover topics that we use as examples that don't get attacked in a way that we do. And I can't remember what it was. I think it was like Bigfoot and the Dogman, i.e. werewolves. And I just wanted to see what they present and how they present it and what the reactions are like to them. And it's always presented in a very soft, under-researched kind of way with really crap evidence to support it. Like really, really low standard stuff. But because it's presented in a way that seems like the guy who's researching it truly believes in what he's presenting, but doesn't have the wherewithals to actually go out and investigate it to his own satisfaction to prove that what's being presented in the light he's presenting it isn't really that strong. Now, that doesn't necessarily get them any ridicule, just gets people coming along with a bit of folly to look at it to maybe kill some time. That's what I got. That's what I gleaned from the tiny bit of looking at it yesterday I did. Now, you compare that to us, and it is so at the other end of the spectrum, it's untrue. We're so hyper-specific here, with solid, logical consistency arguments that can't be overcome, right? And we get the most vitriol. It's like, we're not putting across the Dogman here. We're talking about geometry and stuff. It just makes me laugh. I shouldn't be laughing. Should be weeping, really.
Well, nobody really cares about people that are wrong. It's the people that are right that are the problem. And that's universal.
I'd like to ask Arwen a question. He said, if we weren't here, meaning your show, Nathan, Flat Earth Debate, he would be here, not here because we wouldn't be here, but he would be on the internet acting as Flatwin instead of Baldwin. Now, was there a Ball Earth Debate show prior to a Flat Earth Debate show?
Nope.
So
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're kind of asking a weird question because if you go back
No.
throughout the history, there was always the debate about the shape of the Earth. So, I don't know how to answer what you're asking.
The question is, was there prior to Flat Earth Debate show, meaning the one you put on, a Ball Earth Debate? There was no debate on the ball. It was consensus, right?
No, I still stand by what I just said a moment ago, which is to say there was still plenty of people in opposition, so therefore there wasn't
Cite the
Ball
show
Earth
then.
debate. It's the same thing. It's just phrased
Cite
from
the
the
show
opponent's
then.
side.
Cite the show then. What was it on the internet prior to Flat Earth Debate? What was it called? Who was hosting it?
Yeah, you're asking a vague question about a specific show.
I'm asking a specific question about who in the world thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to start a YouTube channel, proving we live on a sphere?
Loads of people. When I
Who?
say that it would be a lot more profitable to go and talk about that, I can reference all sorts of different channels that would put it out there in that fashion. They weren't necessarily
who?
debate, but I don't know what you're driving at. Make your point anyway,
saying who?
regardless of me not
Cite-
agreeing with you. Just make your point anyway.
Well, my point is, until you did your show, Flat Earth Debate, these guys were like assuming, okay, we live on a ball, there's no need to have a show. All of a sudden, we come in with the opposite, using logical consistency arguments, etc., geometry, etc. And all of a sudden, well, you know what? We better start a show, fight these flat earthers.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this show is unique in that respect. There were people who made a smaller scale attempt at it a few times before I did it. But, I mean, even I've heard Jaron mention a couple of times in reference to this show, saying that he had considered or would have liked to have seen this show when it didn't exist. And when he had considered doing it, he just appreciated the logistical nightmare of doing it. Now, I can totally appreciate what he would have considered having gone through it. Maybe I should have given it a bit more consideration, because I spent 1 year getting porn bombed and not really knowing what I was doing, and that's sitting at the deep end, not knowing how to actually run a show like this. And it is big and it is complicated. I'm not just saying that to blow my own trumpet. It's taken a lot of crap shows to get to where we are now. But what I'm saying is, no, there wasn't a show like this. Smash the super chat.
Right, but because there is a show like this, they all came crawling from under the rock.
That's correct. And it was a show like this that grabbed my attention and kept it.
Okay, it's
Hence,
just
did you
borderlining blowing smoke at my ass at the moment, so I'm very grateful for your appreciation, though.
No,
did
it's the way you did it. It's the way you laid it out. It's the way the arguments were formed.
No,
It's the way it was very easily understood.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying I am not basically fantastic. I'm just saying this could come across as sycophantic
That's
to
funny.
the audience.
Did 10th just say that Neil crawled out from underneath the rock?
I did.
Well, he is an island.
I do have
we've
a
so
cousin
far
named
had-
Rocco.
I said, should we do the housekeeping
I
here?
was
We've
gonna
had
say-
one question that we already had. So far we've
Because
got
Arwen.
45 minutes
Because
in.
it's Arwen's fault.
It's the 16th other show. The puns are going to get in there no matter what you do to stop it.
Leave your cousin alone, Neil.
Is there any ballers in chat? Or any ballers in Discord?
There
Come
are a
on, I'm
few-
in the mood for a freaking fight.
I don't know. I didn't establish or care at the time. I took them off mute and welcomed them if they were ballers or not. Didn't actually ask Neil. Gotta be honest. I didn't care.
Neil, just go outside your house. Neil, just step outside your house. 99% of your neighbors believe in the ball. Go start a fight.
Exactly. And those of you who claim
So
to be
much-
banned on Facebook or whatever, saying you can't share the show, you've got a window. Just open it right now. If we're live, which we are, technically speaking, you might not be watching it when I'm saying this live because it's a repeat, or you're watching it pre-uploaded. But open your window and say Flat Earth Debate's on live right now. Check it out on YouTube. Nathan Oakley 1980. Subscribe today. You've got plenty of neighbours who are ballers.
Really should be more than 116 people watching. I'm serious
126.
about that.
126
Oh, wow.
people
Went up
watching.
Should be a lot more.
No, I asked them
One
to share when
day-
there was 116 odd, and now they have. Clearly, somebody who shared because the number of people watching has gone up. There's 126 people watching now. Thank you very much to all of you. Smash the share button as I requested. As I say, that number's gone up because somebody shared.
Nathan, what did you consider the show that Patricia Steer had? Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. I mean, that was a flat earth, predominant flat earth show, right?
Yeah, it was a talk show. It wasn't like this. It wasn't a debate show.
Yeah, but it's sort of like same thing Jaron does and well, Globebusters used to do.
Yeah, I liked what Patricia Steer did. In fact, I completely ripped her off as my entry into this discussion forum. So I thought I really wanted to. I'd been making video logs on the subject for a little bit, and I thought, no, I admire what Patricia Steer's doing. I aspire to be like that. That's something I can try and emulate. And I did. I tried to emulate. I told her this. I was like, I just tried to copy what you did because I liked what you did. So I had a show then after making all sorts of video logs about space and all the normal things you make when you first get to Flat Earth. I had a show called Flat Earth UK, and that was emulating what Patricia Steer did with Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. And I often had points where I would be trying to get guests and she would be trying to get guests. And in one instance, Math Powerland, who disappeared off the scene for a significant period of time while, Jaren and Globebusters and me and Patricia and all the rest of it were making videos, Math wasn't. He'd kind of disappeared and wasn't talking to anybody. I mean, he was talking to people, don't get me wrong, but, he wasn't talking to us and the wider community as we saw it at the time. And I pestered him because he was my opener into the subject. So, I don't want to say I put him on a pedestal, but to a degree I did. But I wanted to talk to him at the very least. So I pestered him. But not in the respect that I was like, give me an interview. I just wanted to talk to him and occasionally kept in touch and told him things that I'd heard on the grapevine. Tried to not befriend him, but just show that I'm not just interested in just getting an interview out of him. And at that particular point, I was interviewing people. But eventually it got to the point where I was like, enough people are pestering me to hear what you have got to say on this subject for me to want to say to you, can I interview you? You haven't been around for a while. I want to be the person that puts you back out there. So I got, again, obviously my point in this is Patricia was also asking him at the time, can I interview you? As were a few other people. And I happened to be the first to get him actually to sit in front of a camera and talk. Heartbreaking. It was about a 3-hour interview and Google only rendered 55 minutes of it, which pissed me off royally. I was heartbroken. And he came back to me afterwards. He was like, where's the rest of it? I was like, that's it. He's like, well, what about the recording? I was like, there is no recording. I don't know how to do that. Because at the time, like I say, I was fumbling my way through this stuff, not really knowing what I was doing. Anyway, there you go. There's my 2 cents on Patricia.
Nathan, what's your fondest memory? Top 3 in 1600 shows.
My fondest memory? I like every day as it comes. Right here, right now, I feel very privileged sat here with an audience of 130 people listening to us talk about the nature of reality. So my proudest, fondest, happiest moment is this moment, right now. With you all around me talking about this subject, a show running smoothly, a computer that's not on fire. I'm very happy.
Okay, good. But now, moments that you can say are top 3 moments out of 1600 shows, what would they be?
It's not one moment. I can't pin down the moment where I realised that the calculator that we were using forced us into a position of loss the moment we started discussing it. I can't say when I realised and therefore ended up with the description of a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve calculator. That has only come out of the fact that at some stage during the debate, I realised that entering into a discussion with a begging the question fallacy of a calculator that's already got the outcome assumed will never lead you to a win in terms of proving that the earth is flat or disproving that the earth's a sphere. In fact, it'll do the complete opposite. You've already essentially put yourself on a road to arguing how and why of the earth must being a sphere because you've already got it in the calculation. That was one of my fond moments, if you will. Wow, I can't believe the entire time we argued about the Isle of Man, we were on a loser every single day. All those joyous moments where we were like, yeah, we've got this photo where it doesn't quite match and one's on screen right now, got Barrow and Finesse or whatever it is. You're like, yeah, we've got this and it doesn't quite match the curve calculator and this, that and the other way. And it was all for nothing. We'd lost the moment we used the calculator. We just didn't know it yet. I mean, here we go. It's even better. I've said it's now. John's pointed that out, right, recently. So that's a moment. Another moment would be in more recent days. I just couldn't tell you what day it was that John, the one on the panel now, pointed out in his concise way that in order to move forward in this particular argument, you have to concede that the Earth is flat to venture into the discussion of how that flat measurement makes Earth a ball. Well, that's in the last couple of weeks. Hello.
So, how flat is it? Is it like a rectangle? Is it is a circle, right?
Those are
Flat
shapes.
circle.
Well, those are shapes. Flat is an aspect. You've just asked us about shapes. So your question's kind of non sequitur in
Okay.
its formulation.
So what shape is it?
It's an aspect. Flat is an aspect. That's twice I've told you that.
So it's flat
That's right.
and as an aspect, and what's the shape of it?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Why? Why would we ask this individual who we've never met before if they know the shape of the Earth? One
I
aspect
thought he might know. Tell
one
us if you
aspect
know.
is that it's flat. Obviously, therefore, not spherical, which is an inferred aspect based on a heliocentric worldview.
Well, for the sextant to work and the elevation angles to work, the baseline has to be a plane, of a straight line. Can't be curving.
Interestingly, SPPS 28, that question is formulated into the discussion before you even get here, so that the argument can take place in what's known as a false dichotomy fallacy, where you have a shape and I have a shape. But that isn't actually the structure of the argument when you're detailing a geometric aspect of the world that we stand upon and how we show it can't be spherical.
And it's a bit non sequitur since Nathan didn't make the world to ask him the shape of it.
Well, he's debating about it, so he could know. Just asking.
No, it's fair enough. That's why I said I don't know. I wish I did. I don't know what the sky is either. I'd love to. Was there anything else?
Well, it must be a plane because the sextant works on it.
Yeah, but that's just dealing in an aspect of it, it's the far-reaching implications of the question of what it is. But we don't know that. We can only describe aspects of it, which one of them would be that it has to be flat to get an angle measurement.
So then we can rule out it's a curved surface in the ball then.
Oh, definitely.
No. The aspect that we encounter, let's say for the sake of argument that at a vast scale, it has an edge somewhere with the cube beneath it. I'm not going to say it isn't that, because I just don't know. So beyond what we can experience, which is a flat plane, an aspect of the bit we deal with, there might be a shape to it. I don't know. You'd have a geometric aspect that you'd eventually encounter in that respect, like an edge, that they infer when they say we're on a sphere, which we're not, because we haven't, in the geometric aspects that we do encounter. That doesn't mean there isn't a shape. There might be. I don't know.
It's the shape of a bottom of a dome. Whatever the bottom of a dome is, that's the shape.
No, not necessarily. What I was saying though is all we can deal with is the aspect because we didn't create it to know what it is.
Can you unmute this Pun guy? I think he has some arguments.
Who guy? I thought I'd got everybody. Who? Everyone is unmuted as far as
Pun.
Pun. Ah, yes. My bad. Yeah, done. Hey, Adam. Did you have something you wanted to ask us, Pun?
Hi, I have a question about scales and how they work on a flat map.
Sorry, did somebody here claim something using scales and a flat map?
What? Sorry?
Who is this? At some point, somebody has obviously claimed something using scales and a flat map for you to attack them on it, right? Who is this addressed to that's made a claim about scales being used on a flat map? Who's made that claim? So we know it's directed to.
Pun and you, Nathan.
What claim did I make? Just before you do, sorry. Shout out to Samuel Goat for the super chat. He says, could I have quick summary of the declination angles and how anti-flat earthers are wrong to claim them? Thanks.
Excuse me? I don't understand.
I'm shouting out a super chat, which I'm just contemplating whether or not I should address. Thank you for the super chat, Samuel. We may come back to this. Pun. Did you say I'd claimed something? What was it I'd claimed exactly?
No, I didn't say you claimed anything. I was just curious about how scales work. Like a meter or something.
Just curious about how scales work. I don't follow why you'd come here and ask us about how scales work. Shouldn't you be asking a maths forum or something? Maybe
No, since you're on a flat plane, right? A meter on the North Pole should be different in Antarctica since it's stretched.
What?
He's begging the question already that he lives on a sphere.
Hold on.
Correct.
Hold on. I don't understand what he's asking. You're going to have to lay it out in a bit more concise detail.
You know what a scale is, right? Like meters or kilometers or miles.
You're talking about a weighing scale or a scale to scale a map to or something like that?
Yeah, just like a distance unit.
So a key scale to a map sort of thing. A scaling ratio, is that what you mean?
I think he's talking about a unit of measure being a meter, and he's saying the meter unit of measure should change based on a flat versus curved surface.
You don't need a scale for a meter. A meter is a meter, isn't it? Wherever you are.
Yes,
You're
but
going to
like
draw a map
according to the
and
flat Earth,
represent
it would
1
be
centimeter
stretched.
equals 2 meters or 3 meters. Then that would be the scale on a model, wouldn't it? You would have a scale. That's what I was asking. Is it a scale for weight or is it a scale for a model?
A scale for the model, like distance.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Adam. So which model are you talking about? You said flat, inferring that that's a model that we've got?
Yes, I typically see like on a flat Earth group or
Sorry,
something
stop a second. Just 1 second. Sorry, when you say you typically see, is that your way of basically justifying this stereotyping fallacy that you're about to employ, by any chance?
I'm sorry, I'm not that good at English. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll try and break that down for you. Based on what you generally see, are you going to infer that what you've generally seen is somehow a model I've claimed?
Well, no, but I
said
believe
flat.
that you.
We've now clarified that we're talking about scales on models. You've said flat. Is that the model of flat that you are inferring I've claimed or not?
Yes.
Oh, right. That would be called a, get your pen, it's a bit of English for you, stereotyping fallacy. I haven't claimed any model for you to give me a scale to argue about, have I? It's just what you generally see when you imply this, get it down, stereotyping fallacy. Okay?
Do you have any arguments?
Sorry, was I talking to you, bitch?
Round?
Was I talking to you? So,
He was done.
Pun. Wasn't talking to you. Pun. Do you understand now that you're about to use a stereotyping fallacy? Because then I'm going to go on to explain why you will be doing that with the other fallacy you're about to launch into, which is called a false dichotomy fallacy. Just need to know if you understand what a stereotyping fallacy is, given you said your English isn't very good, so I've taken my time to explain it to you.
Okay. Do you have like a map?
Sorry, do I have? No, I do not. You've already started to launch into a false dichotomy fallacy where you hold up a map I haven't claimed with a model scale I haven't used to argue the toss in what's called a false dichotomy. This globe Earth model versus this flat Earth stereotyping fallacy model I haven't claimed. That's called a false dichotomy fallacy. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Excellent. So, outside of the stereotyping fallacy and false dichotomy fallacy about scaling, on models we haven't claimed. Was there anything else you wanted to put forth here, Pan Pan, or Pun Pun?
So sorry, what did you say? My Wi-Fi was not that good.
What else have you got other than a stereotyping fallacy leading into a false dichotomy fallacy? Is there anything else you've got for us?
I got another question, but I'm not sure if you have the answer for it.
Well, you're not going to find out unless you ask, and I'm inviting you to do so.
All right. My question is how do sunrises and sunsets work?
The answer is in the question. When you say work, that work being forcing something to do something else, something being achieved in that process. What do you mean by work? How do we visually observe them? What do you mean, work?
Well, how does a day cycle work besides from a global model?
So shouldn't you be telling me that, given that's your claim? Why are you asking me that? That's your claim. Do you want to launch into telling me how you think the sun works on your model? Or did you need me to be claiming it on a model I haven't claimed first for you to attack that? Did you want to make your claim about how you think the sun works on your model that you're going to reify into existence? Did you want to do that? That's a claim that you'd be making then. Off you go. How do you think the sun works on your globe model?
So you guys don't have a model?
That's called a reification fallacy. Ever heard of that? The map is not the terrain.
Yeah, it's not.
So who cares what your model says the sun does?
Do we live on a model?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay. So why are you asking about one?
Just likes models, I guess. I don't know. We don't live on a model. Who cares what your model says the sun does? I watch the sun come up in the morning, go down at night. What do you want?
Did I wake up in 2015?
So beyond, so you're not attempting to tell us something that you're asking about us in spite of the fact we haven't claimed anything, and we've already taken apart the fact that unless you've got a false dichotomy and stereotyping fallacy to burn as a straw man fallacy, you haven't got anything, and you don't seem to be claiming what you say the sun and moon do on your model. That'd be a reification fallacy. Anything else?
That's pretty much it.
So you have precisely nothing to offer to prove you are on a sphere, in spite of being under the misapprehension you are on a sphere. I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. How would you measure a horizontal, that's a angle measurement from the horizontal, known as an elevation angle, if the ground is curving away from you? How would you do that?
How to detect curvature?
How would you measure an elevation angle if you have curvature?
Well, I'm not that smart, actually.
Oh, right. But you've come here asking us about straw men we haven't claimed. I don't get it.
No, I'm sorry, but I was just curious. I didn't do that much research. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. You can't. If Earth was a sphere, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle.
What, may I make a claim?
Sure.
Hold on. How about like photos of the Earth?
Oh, here we go. Go on, John, then we'll come back to his second claim.
Hold on, did wake up in 2015.
Neil. Go ahead, John. We're still live, by the way.
Well, the model that he invoked when he was trying to bring about a false dichotomy is utilizing the elevation angles to acquire a radial value. But that necessitates a flat plane. So the model he invoked is a flat plane model, and I just want to know if he understands that.
Okay, and we'll see if we can clarify it before he tells us about pictures of Earth from a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum. So do you understand that both of the models that you implied in your false dichotomy were developed from measurements of a flat plane? That would be elevation angle measurements. Did you know that, Pun Pun? Your globe comes from a flat Earth angle measurement?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware now that without the ability to measure an angle off a flat surface, you couldn't derive an R value and sphericity to assert your model? Earth has to be flat to get the maths of those angles to assert Earth's a sphere. I'm telling you, not asking you.
Oh, right.
Earth must be flat to measure elevation angles to infer it's a sphere.
Now that's a positive claim. Now you can try and attack it if you wish.
He's lost.
He hasn't. He's just heard the claim. Earth must be flat to get your globe. That's a claim we've made. I mean, before you got to your claim, we pulled apart the three fallacies you used. That would be stereotyping fallacy, false dichotomy fallacy, and strawman fallacy, followed by a reification fallacy. So what you had, Pun Pun, was 4 fallacies. SPPS. Now we've ripped this guy a new one. Did you want a white knight for him again, perhaps?
Pardon?
Did you want to white knight for this guy who has used 4 fallacies? I didn't think so. Pun Pun, you said you got pictures of Earth from space. Are you aware of gas behaviour?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Are you aware that gas expands in all directions to fill the availability of volume it has to fill?
Yes.
Ergo, space would be an area of volume for the gas we breathe to fill. We'd all be dead if space was real.
What about? I'm sorry, but like, gravity that holds that in, right?
No. Gravity is not a force, end quote George Musa. Gravity is a fourth-dimensional bending of space-time in a conceptual medium, not in line with entropy. Meanwhile, we have natural laws that describe how things actually occur in physicality, as opposed to fake fourth-dimensional places that don't exist. That's gravity. So your misapprehension about gravity overcoming the natural law of entropy, do you understand that no, bending fourth-dimensional space-time doesn't hold gas next to a ball in a sky vacuum? Natural law still stands. Gas fills space. That's what it does. Gravity's not a force to hold gas here. Are we clear?
Sorry, but doesn't the curvature of space-time makes like a high and low energy point, so the atmosphere would be at the low energy.
You think what I've just made clear is a conventional, fourth-dimensional, non-existent place we can't travel to. You think that has some effect on something. Please, can you show me space-time so I can establish how much effect it's going to have on something? Show me space-time. Go.
Oh, I mean, I can't show physically.
So you can't show me this thing that's going to have an effect on it then? So how on unholy hell do you think it's going to have an effect on something if you can't even show it me? No, you can't show it me because it's a conceptual fourth dimension. That's not something you experience in physicality. It's just maths, mate. Doesn't have any effect on anything. It's not even a force.
So you can't show what?
All the research that has gone into it and all the evidence.
What evidence would that be? Show me space-time.
Well, you can show the effects of it, like clocks on the ice.
Sorry, you're going to show me
Earth.
the effects of space-time? Sorry, no. Do you not understand what space-time's supposed to be?
I'm aware of it.
It's an effect. So you're going to show me the effect of an effect? No, just show me the effect. That's space-time. The curvature thereof, that's an effect. But you think you can show me the effect of this effect? You're talking gibberish nonsense. Do you even know what gravity is? Define it for me.
I'm aware of it, what it is.
Define it then.
Find gravity.
The thing you're claiming. Third time. Define it for me. I suppose you have no idea what gravity is. That's why I'm asking you to define it. And you're asking me if gravity is the thing I'm asking you to... Yeah, it is. Do you want to define it for us? Go.
It's the curvature of space-time.
So there's more to it than that. That's not the definition of gravity. There's far more to it.
Well, it makes time dilate because of mass.
No, that's not the definition of gravity. Still not there. So you don't know what gravity is.
You want me to explain gravity?
I want you to define it. It's 4 times. You don't know what gravity is, my friend.
He said because of mass, so he's using both.
You don't know what gravity is. You're claiming it's a force holding gas here, yet you don't know what it is. You can't even define it correctly. You had half a go, but you haven't defined it correctly yet.
No, wait. I'm just here to open my eyes, but
all right.
You guys seem pretty rude.
Okay. Close your ears, close your mouth. Yeah, that's how you open your eyes, is it? No. Your ideas of gravity, that's not opening your eyes. That's you talking over me. Your ideas of gravity are that A, it holds gas here and stops it following a law of nature. That would be the second law of thermodynamics, entropy increase. Gas filling space, as you conceded you understand. You understand gas fills space, yeah? Yeah. But gravity, what's that? The bending of a conceptual medium. Well, that's not physical reality, and it's certainly not holding gas against a sphere in a vacuum. That's the 3rd time I've gone through it with you, but yet when I ask you to define the thing you've tried to overcome this with, which is gravity, you can't define it correctly.
But,
so,
really
space is fake.
So,
conclusion time. Your stuttering and stammering isn't a rebuttal. Yeah, conclusion. You claim to have pictures from a second law of thermodynamics violation. That would be a space, called space, how ironic, for gas to fill. And we breathe high-pressure gas here. Well, high-pressure gas wants to expand in all directions to fill the availability of space it has to fill, and space is claimed to be a space the gas could fill. Gravity's not a force holding it here. It's the bending of a conceptual medium. We don't have a 4th dimension to bend. You can't show it me, as you've already conceded. The fact that you can't show it me should tell you it's not a bloody force holding gas here. Okay? Does that open your eyes enough to know that space isn't real and you haven't got any pictures from there? It's Narnia. Doesn't exist. It violates natural law.
Yeah.
So space is fake? You don't have pictures from there?
I mean, dude, when Nathan said before that, gas expands to fill its container, you said you understood that, right? But then you started talking about gravity. What direction is gravity, whatever that is, supposed to make things go?
To the largest mass.
Mass? What direction would that be?
Well, the great attractor.
In the case of your model that you're talking about, what direction would that be?
Toward the sun.
You mean like everything in the universe?
Dude, I said gas. Just gas.
Said the greatest
not everything
mass.
in the universe.
He's saying if you infer... Let me just break down what he's asking you, Pun. You're saying that the gas doesn't fill the volume because of gravity. Okay. That infers a vector to the gas then, doesn't it? And Chocolate's asking, well, what direction is that then? If you're saying, no, gravity has an effect on the gas, all right, and the effect is a vector, what vector is that? That's what he's asking you.
What vector of what again?
The gas.
I don't have
I say
Wi-Fi.
gas fills space, moves out in whatever direction it's travelling, and just carries on moving in that direction until it collides with a container or another gas particle. It doesn't change direction otherwise, just continues in whatever velocity. Yeah, might go through various different temperatures and therefore go a little bit slower. But ultimately speaking, unless it collides with something, it just carries on in whatever direction it's got. Now you're saying no gravity. Oh, right. So what does that mean? Does that mean that it doesn't carry on in the vector it's got? What does it mean? What vector is gravity? Third time, chocolate's tried. I've tried twice. Your claim. You're the one claiming this gravity, by the way.
Vector means direction, in case you don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
aware,
which way
but
is it going?
If gravity is affecting gas, which way is gas going?
it depends on which angle it hits, right?
What's it hitting now?
The container you guys were talking
Sorry,
about.
container? In your sky vacuum belief, there is no container. There's a sky vacuum to travel to without containment, precluding the flight, getting to the sky vacuum to take your pictures, you claimed. So you concede now that for gas pressure to develop in the first instance, that would be pressing on something. It's got to have a container. And your sky vacuum, yeah, that doesn't work with that, does it? You're saying they just travel out to an empty space. The gas doesn't, but they do. Right? No, your pictures, no, they're not real, mate. We just need you to say, yeah, I get it. I said we got pictures of Earth from space. We haven't, we'd be dead. The gas would fill the space like you think the men can. So the men can go to the space, but the gas that by nature wants to do that naturally won't.
Right.
Not right. The gas would fill the space. It's called entropic law. So space is fake.
So never mind.
Never mind, you're the one claiming this. Do you mean never mind? You have claimed pictures from space. Hello. Do you mean never mind and then jabber through the top of me when I say no? You've claimed pictures from space. Do you now understand why that is not the case and that is not proving the Earth's a sphere? Do you understand? Not never mind. We've just gone to great pains to explain how you're wrong. Not never mind. Yes, I get it. No pictures from space. The gas would fill the area the men are claimed to go to. Not men travel through gas and suddenly they pass through it and it stops, but they carry on. That violates natural law. Do you get it? Not never mind. Do you understand now? Man who claimed pictures from violation of natural laws, sky vacuum. Do you get it?
Yep.
Why did you claim it then?
I was just curious what you think of it.
It's fake. I think it's fake. You now understand it's fake. Now, given you didn't realise but now do realise that those pictures are fake, what do you think about your sphere Earth belief? With literally bogus fake pictures being given to you that you claimed until 5 minutes ago. Your claim to be pictures that prove Earth's a sphere are fake. What do you think about that, dipshit?
I didn't claim I was a globe earther in the first place. I was just curious of what you think of it.
Why are you claiming it then? Why would you throw up pictures of Earth from space if you're not a bloody globe earther?
I just wanted to know what you think of it, that's all.
I think they're fake because the space they've come from is a second law of thermodynamics violation. I've explained what I think about them and debunked the place they've come from. Now I'm saying, given I've debunked the place they come from, what are your thoughts on it given that you put it forward?
Well, it's not true, I guess.
Dude.
Not true. Oh, right. Hey, SPPS, you opened the door for this dude, remember?
Yes.
He's saying pictures of Earth from space not real, I guess. What do you think about that?
I think
Laugh it up. What do you think about those absolutely unequivocally fake pictures of Earth from space? Space is fake, I guess. His opinion. You open the door for him. Now I want to know what you think.
I think the Earth is a globe. I think that's a fact.
And why would you think that? When we've proven that it's got fake pictures backing it. You wouldn't need to fake pictures of Earth as a globe if it really was. But we've just proven that the pictures are fake. So what, pray tell, would ever give you that idea, given that they're literally faking pictures of it as a sphere? Why would you think that? That's stupid.
I thought that because there are maps of the globe Earth that actually works, and the flat Earth doesn't have a map.
I see. The globe Earth maps were derived by way of elevation angles off a flat plane. We went through that earlier. Weren't you listening? You couldn't have a globe model without elevation angles off a flat plane? Did that bit slip you by earlier? Your globe model's derived from a flat plane.
Why is it derived from a flat plane?
Because you can't get elevation angles off a curved surface.
It would just be the diameter. That's diameter of from the center. That would be the elevation.
So you get the centre, that would be the radius, by derivation of angles taken from a flat plane. Third time. Are you slow? You got that value, centre of Earth, you just assumed with a begging the question fallacy. Fourth time. By way of elevation angles taken from a flat plane. Yeah, we're still not establishing why you think Earth's a sphere. The model you've inferred with a radius you've inferred was derived from a flat plane.
Flat plane in...
Yes, flat plane. Was that does not compute, flat plane needed, does not work, syntax error. Any response?
I don't think that she understands that even to get the globe model, you have to start out flat. You have to start with a flat map.
No, we definitely don't get it.
Not a map. Reality.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Sorry.
I don't get that.
She
Why?
She's thinking of elevation being from center of the earth, as opposed to what Nathan was talking about is elevation angles of the stars above our heads, which form the celestial sphere, to which they then presume that it's the earth that's curved, causing those elevation angle changes.
Yeah, but
That
you
you
missed
couldn't
out a
get from
step.
curved
You
surface.
missed out the angle measurement that they then superimposed to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth in that instance. That's called the equatorial plane. So they're still taking the angle measurement from a plane at the centre of a sphere Earth, though, aren't they?
Correct.
No, the measurements are from the surface of Earth.
Indeed. Elevation angle measurements are from the surface of Earth, even though they take them to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth on a plane at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. They're actually taken from the surface of Earth.
Yep.
Correct.
And the celestial.
Well, the celestial
by
sphere, when they
looking
show
at
the equatorial plane, is projected out to an infinite distance, and then you just have this little ball wrapped around the equatorial plane that you're actually getting the angle from. In other words, it's just benign. It's not even... It's useful for nothing. Shout out to Legit for joining as a channel member. I think I might have missed somebody else joining as a member earlier while we were discussing stuff. I'll just scroll back up and see if we are. We'll round out in the next 2 or 3 minutes for this live show, which has been extended as it's a special edition 1600th show. Woo-hoo-hoo! No, I don't think.
Well, the point that kind of got glossed over is if you were trying to take angles from a curved surface, you could never get an angle. That's the problem that I don't think she's recognizing.
Okay.
I don't think she's on the level of that just yet. Let's get back to our not to get away from
Agreed.
elevation angles. Hold on a second. She
Okay.
said all maps. Where's your map? Like she has a globe Earth map. All maps are flat Earth maps. By the way, from its tactical navigation, the complete guide to land navigation. The military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Transverse Mercator UTM grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. I addressed it to you, SPPS28, in main chat. There's that argument gone. What else you got?
Let me read that.
Go ahead.
Anybody
The
else?
other guy reads it too, because he asked about maps too.
Pun. He's already conceded. Once you've said, I've got proof of a sphere Earth, it's come from a place that doesn't exist, and you concede that that's not possible, then you've got to start contemplating, why would I present something that's a clear lie? Then you've got a lot more things to worry about as far as I'm concerned. You know,
What about all the top secret spots on a sphere that would supposedly exist and the unknown spots that we've never been to, supposedly? And then where would all the spherical city, country, like where are the other little piece of sphere maps that you would just use for city and stuff? Just like the little top sections. Where are those at? The rounded ones. Like for this lady to think everything's a sphere map, like it's just, this is crazy.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, however, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. As I say, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell, but a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal link, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Shout out to Skeptic936 for hitting the super chat right at the end of the live show. He says $16 for 1600 shows. Thank you very much indeed for hitting the super chat. And smash the PayPal link if you want to support this show.
Holy shit, 1,600 shows, huh?
Yeah,
Congrats,
mad,
brother.
isn't it? 160 people watching right now as the show's rounding out. I think it got higher than that. Excellent stuff.
160? 1,600? There's something to that.
Well, it's 161 now, so it's going up as the live show's rounding out. I don't know. I didn't keep a close eye on how many people were watching live. I'm sure it went up much higher than that. I'm sure I glanced over and saw 170 something at some stage. But yeah, good numbers, good numbers. Happy days. Lots of people smashing the super chat. Couldn't be more grateful
Hey
at the moment.
guys, you heard about the glass spheres that they found on the moon? Like somebody, like the astronauts seem to have lost their marbles and they were found.
This is a new
What?
heliocentric story. Is it, Arwin, or have you
Yeah.
just made that into a joke?
No, it's like real. From my show yesterday, somebody brought that up. And this is a real article somewhere. And it's literally just a picture of a marble lying in sand. And it looks like a marble. It even has like this perfect glassy, oily reflection coming off it. It's like, that's a marble. That did not form naturally.
From where? The moon?
Yeah.
Interesting. How'd they get there?
Wait, what I missed? What happened on the moon?
Well, they
They're
had a
playing
photograph of it.
marbles.
So you're saying they finally found the blue marble?
No, it wasn't blue. More transparent glass color.
I think the 16 stands for Sweet 16.
Well, it'd be sweet 1600 though, wouldn't it?
16 is in there. You don't have to go to the hundreds. It all goes back to 0 after 9 anyway.
Everything came from 0 in their world.
How come we ended up with the newbies?
Ooh, I found the link.
What was that all about? Newbies in the live show. Rare event. Thank you, by the way.
I found the link, guys.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Well, marbles on marbles. Go ahead, Arwin. Oh, I'll leave it completely dead air. Oh, here we go. He's presenting it. My bad. Yeah, got it.
See? Amazing, isn't it?
No, not really.
Oh, come on. That's pretty amazing.
Glass spheres on the far side of the moon.
On the far side? What, the dark side? The side we don't see?
That's what it says right there.
Arwin.
Yeah? What is it?
Really? Really?
Can you hear me?
What? Yeah, I can hear you. What the hell is
Right,
this?
yeah,
rubbish?
this is it. This is it. That's the article.
Hold on, read it. Read it. Read what it says after it.
Well, we don't have dead air days got to fill. Aren't those people still on the phone to talk?
I don't know. I should
Right, it's China's moonlander. Remember how they did that, supposedly?
I think they've gone. I think Pun Pun and the other guy or girl or whatever they were gone. No,
They
they've
left.
gone.
Okay.
I think they got insulted when you talk to them like that.
It's because the reply I got was flat, plain. That's what I got back out of her.
Man, when you do them impressions, they crack me up.
So she understood at some level you needed a flat plane. She didn't understand that, but
Oh, that was a girl?
I think so.
Yeah, that's why she would invoke the equatorial plane. She understood that you needed a plane to get the measurement, but she just wasn't understanding it was taken from the surface.
What'd she say? The center, right?
Nathan, go to Master B so we can just put an image to all this, and John, you can comment on it as well.
No, I want to read this out before we do anything
No,
else.
put your marbles away in your bag. And come
No,
back
you
later.
got to read this. How this was
No,
written.
I don't want to read that. Marbles.
Oh,
on
well,
the moon.
maybe I don't want to hear your endless
Oh,
repeating of the same
Baldwin.
mechanism over and over again.
Ball wind, flat wind, playing
I
with
No, not
marbles.
Baldwin. This is
Just for the
just
record.
talking about something.
I
Right?
did
Can
that
I
on my
bring up a
Marbles on the
subject
moon.
without just being berated?
Yeah, you're going to be berated. Marbles on the moon. You're going to be berated, all right?
It's funny.
Okay, you said it. How much more time do you want?
Well, more than you're giving me.
Obvious.
Right? So I just wanted to read that first sentence because it's really funny. Now, can you just shut up, old man, and give me my
No need.
fucking-
No, I don't. That's one step too far. No need.
Easy.
Yeah, just shut the hell up and give me my minute, damn it!
Okay, you can
I'm
have your
just
minute
having
now.
fun.
I always
Damn it.
just fucking disrupt me.
Oh, God, bloody you two bickering.
Having fun with you, Arwen.
Shut up!
Oh my
Shut
God, so
up and
triggered.
let me just fucking read this.
You're so triggered about marbles.
Shut
I'm
up!
just having some fun
Stop
with you.
disrupting me.
Oh
Go
my
I just want to
gosh.
read this because
just
it's
let me
funny.
control this.
I'm sorry you're having competition to actually being funny. Yeah.
This is
Stop
very.
acting like a child.
Look, the last
just
2 minutes.
shut up and let me read
Don't
it.
sweat it. The last 2 minutes have been hysterical. So literally, don't sweat
Yeah.
it.
So
Stop acting
here,
like a child.
glass is ubiquitous in lunar regolith, and volcanism and hypervelocity impacts are the major mechanisms of forming lunar glasses. That's just freaking hilarious.
Ha
Just
ha ha.
No need.
volcanism? What volcanism? Lunar volcanism?
It would have been
high
hysterical if it
velocity
wasn't for
impacts?
10th Man. 10th Man completely ruined that, didn't he, Arwin?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well,
Right?
obviously,
See, that
volcanism-
wasn't even 30 seconds. But no, Arwin wants to say something that you didn't want in that moment, so you have to
you're
whine
clipping
and
your mic.
yell over me
no,
like an
that's a step too
asshole.
far. You're clipping your mic.
He was only kidding.
Don't yell over me. I can bring up things too. This is not your exclusive show, 10th Man.
Arwin, can you calm the fuck down? real quick?
Is that the trigger? You think
I'm
it's my
sorry. Do
show?
I have to calm the fuck down?
No, just don't clip your mic.
a little bit.
My show.
Just
As much rage as you like, just so long as you don't clip your mic. That's all I'm considering, right? The distortion is awful.
Like a troll. If you just stop this 1 second, then we can move on. Can you just have some respect
Why are you
for
screaming
your
at the
fellow
top of your
panel
lungs?
members?
Why are you screaming at the top of your lungs is my question.
Yeah, I don't
Because it's
understand that either.
really aggravating. I just wanted to
because-
bring up a little thing quickly in the middle, right? Nobody was starting anything. It was in the middle of the void. I just brought it up. No, constantly talk over me, complaining how you don't want to hear it. Yeah?
Clipping your mic.
You know how
Low
aggravating that is.
self-esteem, Such low
Yeah, then don't do it. Just don't do it.
Grow up.
It would have cost me 30 seconds and we could have moved on. But
Grow
no,
up.
you had to complain and whine right over me, and now you got this.
Grow up.
You grow up,
Sounds
old
like
coot.
volcanism.
Volcanism is Arwen erupting. That's what volcanism is.
These both took it too far. Just come on.
Okay, then. Well, I'm glad that was all dealt with in a timely manner.
Or Nathan, hey Nathan, since you're like leading the show, maybe you could back me up when I'm actually right about something.
I'm making a thumbnail.
Go against the leader.
Yeah, no, Nathan. Why don't you get a grip over your freaking panel?
I did try to.
Wow.
Yeah, you did try to. Oh,
I can't make
just
them laugh.
gently saying,
Look,
hey,
I
hey.
I can't force them to
screaming
laugh.
He's
If you
loudest
don't.
is telling
constantly
everyone to get a
berating
grip.
me. Yeah.
Arwin is.
Oh yeah,
is-
Arwin is
I-
getting
I
a
side
little
with
pissy.
Arwin
Yeah,
on-
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
side
let's
with
all
Arwin.
make fun about it. Let's all make fun about it, how
I-
incredibly unreasonable I am for doing
I
this after
side
somebody
with
just yells over me
Arwin.
like that.
I side.
He's trying
I
to side with you, Arwen.
I
am
side
too.
with
Thanks.
Arwin in this one, and he's been gaslit. This, come on, chill.
That's why I said you both took it too far. Stop. That's enough.
Yeah. So next time, don't do that. I don't do that with you,
Owen,
Dave, man.
Owen,
I don't
Owen,
do it with you,
Owen.
so you don't do it with me. All right?
Owen, that was your moment to shut up and let us move on, not try and make the point. I agree. That was a bit
Agreed.
rude to you. You then went ballistic shit stupid, taking it to a level. Sometimes with mates, there's nothing wrong with just a friendly fuck off. Yeah, it doesn't need to go to that. Yeah, just take a breath. People just trod on each other's toes a bit. Stop taking it so personally, yeah, and stop escalating it. There's no need. Yeah, let's move forward. Now,
Who the
what was that
fuck do you
about
think you are,
marbles?
Adam?
I'm acting like fucking daddy pig, aren't I? Because there's a room full of fucking children.
Get a hold of your show, Nathan. What's wrong with you?
Okie doke. Well, I'm glad I was distracted with the thumbnail to let that all happen.
Oh, what's it look like?
I'm glad you think that behavior is all super funny. Really glad about
I
that.
didn't think it was funny. I thought it was very childish the way you dealt with the situation.
Laughing at everything
Another-
after.
Another thumbnail. Ooh,
Childish, or
is it
just
another?
a flashback.
Is it,
Just a flashback, right? To like 30 years ago when people did that to me constantly.
Aw, come
Oh my
on.
God.
Nobody
Now
backed
you're
me up
Oh
going-
back
my
then.
God,
I'm
is Arwen
sorry.
appealing to
No
high
way.
school bullying? Oh my
You're
God.
kidding me.
Yeah, I am.
Oh my
Nobody's
I
God.
was
bullying
trying
you
to.
here.
What about the joke that I was gonna make off the back of Nathan seeing a thumbnail? I was just gonna say, "Oh, is it another one of 10th Man's boring slides again?"
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
well,
got
I
brutal.
didn't even want to say
Notice how
that. I
Arwen-
didn't want to say that, right? I don't even think 10th Man is that boring, even though he does repeat a lot of shit constantly every day. And I'm fine with that. So can I have my 30 seconds of mentioning something frolical? You know? Is
You
that
did.
so difficult?
You did. You're still blabbering on about
Frolic.
it. Just nobody laughed because you'd escalated it too far before you got to make your joke that you were
Yeah.
insistent on.
Yeah. Well, eventually it wasn't funny anymore. It's just about the principle. It's
Yeah, that
about
was your
standing
fault.
up for myself.
Yeah, that was your fault, and now you're annoyed at yourself.
I'm not annoyed with myself. I'm ready to
Should be.
move on. I just wanted to make things clear what really happened there.
You should be. You've let yourself
I'm
down.
not the bully. I'm not the bully from
You've let
high
the school
school.
down.
I'm your mate. I'm your
Exactly.
mate on the
Then
show.
don't act like it.
No, quit living in the past and grow up. I'm not your bully. I'm your mate on the Flat Earth Show.
Okay,
having some
I'll just
fun.
deal with you the way you dealt with me then. From now on, okay,
Go
10th?
home.
Huh?
Pick your
Huh?
marbles and go
How would you
home,
like
baby.
that?
God,
If you're not
How
the
would you like
perv,
that, right? You bring
if you're
up a
not
new
the
little
perv from
factoid,
the
let me
past,
complain
don't
about it then.
pinch my
Yeah,
cheeks.
I'll do that. I'll just do exactly what you did then, 10th.
This is so childish.
I
Yeah,
think we need
10th.
Globers in here. That'll fix it.
You need to stop being childish, 10th.
He took my bag of marbles. Come on.
You
Quick,
both
somebody claim a sphere.
You both let yourselves down. You've let your schools down. You've let your parents down.
And most importantly, you've let Flat Earth down.
Oh.
I want you to both have a
Can't
good
let it
think.
down. You
I
can't
want
pick
you
it
both
up.
to
It's
be
there.
quiet and have just about 5 minutes on mute. Sit and think about your actions, the pair of you. Terrible.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
That car horn sounded like he said a curse word and got muted.
That's funny. Don't swear when you're telling children off.
Anyway,
Anyway, I'm
Akumu
sorry.
virus knows what an elevation angle is.
Well, I was
Well,
just going
where
to
is
say,
he?
just let me.
Because he said we see in straight lines. Sorry. Never
I was
mind.
just going to say, I'm sorry that got Arwen to the stage it got him to. And, you know, if I had any part in that for not keeping control, Arwen, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry Arwen laid into 10th as much as he did, which was completely unnecessary. But Arwen was triggered. And that's obviously a perfectly reasonable justification for ripping 10th a completely new asshole.
Yeah, because he should know better. He's the oldest here.
Well, at least I won't be constipated anymore.
That's right. You go shit your pants, old man.
No need. Do you have to take it to that?
That was a joke. Fuck's sake.
Like he was joking with you?
Well, I'm sorry.
joke can't-
He
the
wasn't
joke
bringing
has-
up a new. He was making a joke. I'm joking right back.
Okay.
Right?
Aye, aye, Captain.
He literally
Okie
said
dokie.
no longer constipated. Well, my conclusion is he just shat his pants. I'm sorry.
That's because
Okay.
you ripped me and knew something. Remember? You ripped me and knew something. It's all on you.
Carry on, Naro, and you're back in the funny.
Yeah, exactly.
He shat his pants.
The poop is on you for ripping it open. Ew.
Is it just the stress of having done so many shows? Is that what this is? Just a bit of release?
No, it's physical pain. It's physical pain that I'm in for like 3 days now, and it won't go away.
Oh, Adam's got
The
some feedback.
marbles. You got a marble stop.
No. No, it's literal physical pain.
Oh, so you're just being grumpy with everyone because you're in pain.
In your jaws.
No, I'm high tension. So
Hold
if
on,
I
Adam's
don't
causing
get
feedback.
disrespected, it really hurts.
What was that guy from Discard trying to get a word in? Hopefully it was a pun.
Was it in his mouth? Is his mouth sore?
No, it's in my belly.
Oh,
But yeah, the place it comes out is in my mouth. Just like yesterday night when it literally, my food, I couldn't digest it, so I threw it up. Yeah, because of pain.
So why is that my fault,
It's
Armin?
great being me. Yeah, it's not
Why is
your
that
fault,
my
but
fault?
you're not
Why do we
helping
all
either.
have to
you
put
know?
up with it and deal with it?
I am dealing with it. I'm still
Well,
doing
he didn't. He
what I'm
didn't.
doing. I just get a little high tension. That's what pain does to me. I'm sorry.
His reaction wasn't because of the feeling in his stomach. You guys stop it.
How do you know that?
Well, he's trying to say it
Oh,
is.
okay, well then I guess
So
it
was a
was.
gut feeling then.
He's not pregnant, is he?
It's not a gut feeling. It's literally organs that are just being painful.
Okay, I'm going to take you to Timothy. Have a glass
Sounds
of
like
wine.
an old.
Have a glass of wine and go to bed.
Yes.
Sounds like an old man problem. Digestive issues are.
Yeah, you old fart,
could
Arwen.
be. Yeah, so treat me with a little damn respect.
Oh, I see. So you're just projecting out your fear of old age onto 10th. Disgraceful.
No.
Which, by the way, I'm a year younger because I thought I was turning 58. I'm actually turning 57.
That's something
I
people.
gained a year.
That's something that old people do a lot. I thought I was turning 60. I'm actually.
I really did.
59.
No, but the thing is here, I am as old as the Super Bowl. So whatever Super Bowl it is, that's how old I am.
Okay. Well, that's a great way of remembering it.
Exactly.
What's the
So
Super
I
Bowl
thought
again?
It's the final game of the NFL, the National Football League, American football. It's called the Super Bowl. Whoever wins that is the champion. So
Bowl.
it started when I was born.
Bowl because.
They were going to
It's all
call it the
bullshit.
Super Bowl, but college they have bowl games, so they called it the Super Bowl. It's when the AFL and the NFL they merged and made one football league, and they started out in 1966 with the Super Bowl.
Alrighty then.
Sports. Woo.
No, but I gained a year. I really thought I was turning 58, but I'm only turning 57 in May.
You didn't gain the year. You just don't know how to count.
I gained a year.
Well, I gained the year too, 10th. I thought I was 33 already, but I'm 32. So
see,
You're 33 in 9 months.
You're a Mason. I knew it. I knew Eli was a Mason.
Said they started the Super Bowl in 1966.
I did.
No, they didn't. Check
Yes,
your
they did.
facts.
It's as old as me. The first
No, it's
Super
not.
Bowl was 1966.
So is
How
that
much
true?
you
Are
want
you a
back?
Mason? Are you a travelling man?
I'm telling
How
you,
much you wanna-
66. It's
You
as
keep
old as
telling
me.
you're wrong,
that money where your mouth is?
Neil.
Oh, 65?
No.
67.
I said 1966. Didn't I say that?
67.
We know that
It
Akuma
was
knows
the,
how to Google.
hold on. No, it was the 66 season. The Super Bowl was played in 67, but it was for the 66 season.
And that's when they play for all the marbles.
Correct.
So
And that little
are
bit
you
of
seasons
confusion.
old or years old?
So that's why it's a really good way of remembering how old he is. And you started this off by telling us you've gained an extra year and lost count. Wonderful, wonderful memory technique.
Now QE confused me totally. Now I might be 58.
Yeah, you're 58. It's over.
No, he knows.
Just
He
check your
knows
driver's
football.
license.
QE, what do you call that? QE, what do you call that when somebody uses something, but they know that's not what it is? There's got to be a fallacy to that.
That's just called stupid.
Or misapplication.
He knows it was for the 66 season.
Yeah, but you're using something that gives you a wrong number.
Anyway,
How can
I
it give
don't
me
want
a
to.
wrong number? Well, it already asked. You don't
Because
know
it
what age you
started
are.
in you.
Wait a second. I'm 56 right now.
How old are
Super
you?
Bowl 56 just ended.
Neil, you're 57, you said earlier.
No. I thought I was turning 58.
Are you sure?
But I'm actually turning 57 because I'm as old as the Super Bowl. Super
my
Bowl
God.
56 was just played. I'm 56.
No. But it's been 57 years.
Okay, this is fascinating. All you don't
So
hang
can
around
we
with.
talk about glass spheres again, or
Yeah,
is
can
everybody
you-
going to interrupt me then?
Would you
don't-
rather have Arwen and Tent fighting again?
Yes.
Yes.
Owen, kick off.
I did not want that part.
No, but
I'm
that
just
was-
saying that now it's
seriously.
all right, apparently.
Owen,
right?
thank you. So that was tremendously boring. I've got to be honest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well,
He just time
I'd
traveled
like
in
to.
front of all of us. He just time
I'd like-
traveled in front of all of us. He went forward a year and back a year, like in the same time.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get old.
Maybe it depends on what kind of calendar you were using.
Not using any calendar.
Look at your birth certificate or your driver's license, like the other one said. Yeah. And then use that 1 year. Just stick to that 1 year you were born and just try to use that.
Are we ever going to go to that
Dude,
thumbnail
I
or
know
stuck
when
on
I'm
his birthday?
So, Arwen,
I
which
was
satellite
born
or
when
probe
I was
captured
born
the
when
photos of
Madden.
the sphere?
That's like saying I was born when Madden came out, but everybody knows that Madden, when it drops, it's a year
Shut
after.
up, Eli. I still am as old as the Super Bowl. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I can prove it because Super Bowl 56 was just played and I'm 56.
All right, well, to
Why
what
did you
Kingy
think
said
we were
earlier
57?
about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was born 2 years after Star Wars. Much easier to remember.
Which one?
The first one, duh.
Oh, you're a youngster.
No,
I
he's
was
older
born-
than the galaxy.
What? It's not that
I
young.
was born 20 years after the very real moon landing.
The good one.
When did Star Wars come out? The first
A
one.
long,
78.
a long time, a long
Okay, I
time
was
ago in a
13.
galaxy far away. It's a long time ago in a galaxy.
So was Star Wars taking place in the future or the past?
Past.
It doesn't say. It's just somewhere else, wherever.
It
Well,
says
they
in the
say
fir-
a long time ago, but they don't
I was going to say
how
it says
much.
it in the first bloody line.
Yep. It was in the past.
A long, long time ago.
Yeah, which is completely undefined, but sure.
But it was
Sure.
18,
Right? If you look up in a
77,
telescope
Arwen.
right now, you might still see it happening out there.
In the heliocentric model with infinitely distant stars that are massively, vastly far away. No, you can't see back in time by looking out at the stars. That's preposterous.
Right, so if a star's suddenly blowing up, that might just be the Death Star destroying a planet.
Yeah, the notion that something that's happened millions of years ago will eventually reach our eyes in some time in the future is just ludicrous.
I was just going to ask that. That's what they say, right?
Yeah, and that's necessitated by their speed of light and the distances that they infer, right?
Yep, and that's when it really reaches a maximum of ridiculousness is when they claim that you can actually see the Big Bang if you look away far enough. That's when it really gets nutty.
That's the CMB. You can't
It's
see past,
also
you can't see
stupid,
past
I
the
mean-
microwave background. You can't see that. The radiation that they say is the whatever it is, 6.5 billion year timeline. That's the beginning of what you can see. That's the remnants of the Big Bang in their claim.
What was the other ridiculous one that you...
We're
Go ahead.
dealing with astrophysicists, right? So what if they figure out a theory, supposedly, on how they can look beyond, right? Maybe they find a new way of observing. Maybe they will see the Big Bang moment itself through the radiation.
No, they've claimed that. No, that's what they're claiming. You know, you've seen the edge of the expansion, so they wouldn't. There is no necessity to claim beyond the beginning, is there? That's their definition of what you can see as the remnants of the beginning expanded out beyond to the limits of what you can see. That's why it's the limit.
But also once
Wait, but
calibrated.
what was
once
the
you
other
look into
ridiculous
it, you'll see
claim?
Just one
the
of you.
first
Just one of you.
microwave backgrounds. Sorry, I just wanted to add there on the microwave background. There was a massive calibration required because the first few just showed background noise. There was no distinct pattern. So even that data has been scrubbed to produce a pattern or to produce a desired pattern. And a lot of flat earthers use the EMB as like as proof of something. But when you actually look into it, even that data has been transformed.
Shocking. Who'd have thunk it, eh?
Surprise.
That's a case of, check it out, these people have lied to us about X, Y, Z, but not about this.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what flat earthers have used this transformation of data as proof for?
Well, wasn't it
Yeah,
basically an argument for geocentrism?
That was a question.
Yeah.
Darwin.
I know, but wasn't it originally used as an argument for
whose question is
geocentrism?
going to get answered first, yours or mine?
He's answering
It's
you.
the same-
Relevant.
it's
He's
the
answering
same
you,
answer.
Eli. To cross purposes
I
with
think
Darwin.
he's answering you.
He's trying to answer you, Eli.
Right.
Who, Arwen?
It's the same
Yeah.
answer. The same answer I would have given was what Arwen was saying.
He's asking a question. Okay,
It's-
what's the question?
Well, it was
It was that,
basically formatted in a question, but it's saying that I think they used it for a geocentric argument. That the Earth is at the center of everything, not necessarily the flat aspect, but the center of things.
Yeah, that's right.
And
That's
was
how
used
flat
for that.
earthers have used it to imply geocentrism with the limits of the outside edge, with us at the centre being the CMB. Yeah, there you go.
Oh. Thank you
Wasn't
for
and
there-
that.
centered
wasn't
around
there
and it's centered around redshift and blue shift. And they assume redshift is moving away and blue shift is moving towards. But then the developments in magnetism also shows that red and blue shift can be created through magnetic fields. So a red shifting galaxy does not mean it's moving away, and a blue shifting galaxy does not mean it's moving towards. It could just be magnetic interference that we're picking up inside this data. So
You
it's
know,
very
in their
fallacious.
model, don't isn't the Earth surrounded by this big magnetic field before
No,
any
it's
light
ether.
hits it?
Well, if that was, you need ether for that. Obviously, that means we've got ether.
No, in their model.
There we go.
Oh,
What we've
when you
got
said
is
there,
a-
I thought you meant in what do you call them? Crazy flat earthers models. You're talking
No,
about
no,
globe,
I'm
aren't you?
talking flat earthers.
No,
I'm
no,
meaning
you're talking
ballers.
globe.
Yeah, I'm talking. Don't they have a molten iron core that's producing a very, very powerful electromagnetic field?
Yeah, it self-perpetuates to do so because it's beyond the Curie point. But yeah,
The
Yeah,
light
the
that switches would have
magnetosphere.
to pass through that field before we could interpret it, wouldn't it? I'm backing your point up, dude. This is the point I'm making.
Yeah,
They're
the
making an
magnetosphere.
assumption about the behavior of the light. They know that light can be affected by a magnetic field, yet they ignore the magnetic field and just interpret the light to fit their model.
Exactly.
Can't it just be the color of a galaxy and nothing, like full stop?
Could also be.
what do you mean? We're talking about the CMB, aren't we?
No, I mean when they're saying
Galaxy-
redshift and bullshift. Oh, sorry.
Galaxy, where's the galaxy at?
That
The,
bright star up there.
That's
Right,
in the
like-
second part of the paragraph. Far, far away.
No, no, no.
our
You
galaxy,
see this blue?
the Milky Way. We're in it. How can you say where is it? We're in it in their model.
No, I ain't trying to talk in a model. I'm just saying, like, you get a telescope, you look up the sky, you see a blue star, right? Then you see a red star. Why can't it just be blue or red? Why does it have to be coming or going? I don't understand that.
Because the science tells us.
We're not talking about stars. We're talking about background radiation.
Science tells us.
We're all talking at cross purposes here. It sounds like.
Yeah, the scientific method.
Well, the background radiation also shows blue and red zones, and they assume that the blue and red zones are red shifting and blue shifting.
Precisely.
All I know is that the idea that we were all hydrogen 130 billion years ago, we could take a picture of that.
Well, as farcical as that is,
That's us. Sorry.
In their model, it's not us. You're not taking a picture of yourself, though. You're taking a picture of the idea of a galaxy in a distant time that you're looking at that's very far away. Then the light that's happened back then when we were in those states, according to you in this nonsense, will eventually reach us. So essentially what we're looking out on is a time where we would have existed as those matters, as you've described them, back when the light is reaching us. Yeah.
That was a direct quote from Michelle Thaler.
Oh, was it? Oh, my God.
Yes.
I'm a wee little Adam.
My cousin, the Rock.
Yeah. The cousin's a rock lady. She literally said, quote, the idea that we were all hydrogen 130 billion years ago, we can take a picture of that. That's not theoretical. End quote.
Why do you say 130 billion?
It's really important, though, to actually, for astronomers to record what's happening up there for future history when space travel's all there and we have contact with races on the other side of the galaxy. So we have clean records of what happened to them, right, before we have contact.
I like that. Future history.
I like that.
Funny.
So you want to say that should we be looking through the telescopes documenting that they let off some sort of explosion way back when, we can hold that against them when they get here? That sort of thing?
Maybe. Or we'll, at least when they try to fool us about something, we'll have some data about their situation out there, way out there, in order to compare it with.
Yeah, right. Compile the evidence before they've even got here. Very sensible, Alan.
Since you said look into a telescope, who was it that said, was it Rumpus that said if there was a big enough telescope, you could see your own ass? Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Well, that's with terrestrial refraction, yes.
That's
Which
ridiculous.
Point? It is pointless. It's ridiculous because it ignores angular size. Even with the assertion that you can see those distances because you've got infinite over 6R or whatever over 6R they need to get that to work, you'd never be in a position to see that distance even if it was completely straight because it would be beyond the optical limitations of any optical equipment you had. Yeah? So if you just let's say you're just looking at something 24,000 miles away, well, would a person 24,000 miles away be capable of being resolved by Hubble? I say no. But then they've got it refracting around a sphere Earth at a rate of R, so you can see your own arse in that telescope, ignoring all aspects of angular size.
Wow.
Now it makes sense.
Sad thing is when I told my son that, he goes, yeah, it's true. You would be able to do that.
To be fair, Rumpus's disclaimer was with a big enough telescope, you'd be able to see your own arse.
And the right conditions, right?
Yeah, but he's utilising the fact that light can deviate from straight, that's refract, and then bait and switching 7/6 or whatever variation he needs to bend light around a sphere Earth. The point of the argument isn't the preposterous nature of what is proposed, it's the surreptitious begging of the question of a sphere Earth with a spherical value for refraction. That's the main point. Rumpus will often relinquish his own dignity to let the question be begged in a discussion. Him being taken the piss out of for making that statement doesn't matter, because at that point everyone's begging the question of how the light will bend around a sphere Earth. So the bait and switch has worked then. Nobody's pointing out that that's not refraction. That's not light bending. That's a R-based sphere Earth-based derivation of your radius. That's not refraction. That's not making light do anything through a telescope. It does it in this model where you draw a circle and then draw a line going round a circle and a man in his own arse. But that's not reality. That's sphere-based, R-based refraction. That doesn't exist in reality. Refraction
But
exists.
had we figured that out back then already when he brought that up?
No, we all
Or was
joked
it
about
later?
how funny it was to say that you could see your own arse. No, angular limitations. Well, I'm saying with a big enough telescope. So then you argue about that. Again, it's like with begging the question calculator. As soon as you're into arguing about it, you've lost. Because everyone's laughing about the fact we're all going to assume that we've got a sphere-based radius with a radius derivation to give you a refraction. As long as we're just laughing at Rumpus, he's won.
That's that con man, the bait and switch move there.
And that's where I brought in my looping rectangular theory that if the Earth was rectangular looping and it was straight, then we could theoretically indeed see our own arse, but not because the Earth is a ball with terrestrial refraction, but because it's looping in a straight line.
And you never let that looping go.
Well, let it go. It's just an option on the table to me. Not a very popular option, I guess, but whatever. I don't know what it is, but it might be that.
The looping Earth.
Train Man Station Earth, yeah.
I'd still like to know what inspired two normies to come on today in the live show. I wonder what inspired those two.
They hear we're at the top here. We're at the top of the chain. So they want answers from the top. They just wanted to know what our thoughts were. Really what you thought about it, Nathan.
About his four
Not that
fallacies.
complicated.
About
They're
his four
trying to
fallacies
find
that
out
he used.
why NASA thinks they're complicated rocks.
No, I think they honestly wanted to hear what you had to say about it.
You hit the nail on the head, Neil, twice. It was 2050. It was very odd topics to bring in and completely new. I don't think they were for 1 minute, but they appeared to be completely naive to the subject, which that was genuineness, but it was an odd one. But, nice for the 1600th show to have a bit of memorabilia.
Well, just as a question to it, would the attention that the anti-flat earthers are giving to Nathan now be something that would draw newbies to question Nathan on his position using their worldview at the time?
Oh, I see. You think it's an adverse effect of them giving me adverts? They say, this guy's an idiot, look how he's wrong, and they think, might want to go and check that out then.
Right.
So it's a positive comment towards them. In other words, they've heard something, and if it's in line with the normal publicity of anti-flat Earth predominantly over flat Earth, they might come across it and have actually been using their God-given instincts to have a little further look or question what's being questioned. So, to their credit, if you're right, kudos.
Yeah, didn't you say that the other day to me when you were using the illustration? That there's a kid listening, but he's a Muslim, but maybe he hears something and he goes over to find out?
Yeah, I did that. I was kind of talking about me. But there we go. Yes, it's still a good example.
That's what they just did.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're just speculating, as I asked us to speculate. I have no idea what motivated them, but it's interesting because they were very much putting forth the normie arguments that are surface level. We call those 2015 arguments.
Right. That's the assumption I made within my premise, was that they were normies or whatever you want to call them, new to the subject.
They certainly seem to be, based on their questions, I mean.
I did until the end when the girl, I guess it was a girl, said she believes we're on a globe. The Earth is a sphere. So everything you said didn't affect them yet.
And she said that was a fact.
Yeah, because obviously making a baseless assertion is going to make you win the argument.
Are you saying when she had a syntax error and fell apart that didn't affect her, Neil?
Yes.
I think you're wrong.
Same with the other guy. There was a kind of sigh of disclaiming that he didn't have anywhere to go when he's conceding. And he's been handheld through it. Resignation, that's the word I was looking for. There was a hint of resignation in his voice when he had the concessions, which we very rarely get, but he dutifully gave us. I can't imagine that wouldn't affect him, Neil, is what I'm agreeing with John's point.
funny though. He was a normie that came in and didn't assert that gravity was a force. He actually agreed that it's the bending of space-time.
Well, he was using both of them because then he was talking about mass.
But that's okay. That was part of the definition. He just didn't link it together, which is why I held him to task. He never said the uneven distribution of mass causing the bending of space-time, did he? He didn't define it properly. But he did
No,
say
he didn't.
mass. So it's like, well, okay, let's see if you can define it. Where does mass sit in this? Because he was saying an effect of this is. It's like, no, if you're going to start describing an effect when you've already got the cause and effect relationship laid out in their description in pseudo-4 space, the uneven distribution of mass being the cause, the effect being the bending of space-time. Well, you're not going to say, well, an effect of the effect, and then ramble on about mass. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
I was still hoping he would give a mathematical description with R in it.
AI
Never did.
Overlord, did you want to add something? Not AI Overlord 2.0. No, he's just off mute. No, he's just hot micing. Go ahead, Chocolate, sorry.
No, I'm good.
Well, I was saying, I wish he'd have given a description in mathematics with R in it. That'd have been nice.
Sure, she did. Presupposed centre of the Earth. We got there eventually, just not with him. Or was it with him? No, I believe it was. You're right. No, he did go to the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth for the angles.
Yeah, but then he invoked gravity after he understood it was a flat plane. He just didn't realize he was dead at that point.
No. But QE piped up at that point and was like, look, this is obviously above both of their pay grades in this regard. And that kind of drew a stop to the conversation.
AI Overlord. What
about him?
I always thought that was Citation Police. I thought they were one and the same.
Maybe it is. Maybe he's just coming in on a different account. I've got about 10 more minutes on this show.
Has anybody seen...
Oh, you got a timer set?
Yeah.
What's called? Has anybody seen the movie Free Guy?
Is this going to be related to a physical geometric spheroid horizon or the ability to measure an elevation angle off a curved adjacent?
No, sorry. It's a bit about like simulation and AI.
What's the name of it?
Free Guy. It's kind of a crossover between Ready Player One and Tron, and with a bit of the Truman Show in there. It's pretty good.
That sounds it.
Yeah, it's a pretty recent movie. It's definitely worth a watch. Free Guy.
The what guy?
Just Free Guy.
Free Guy.
They listen, it makes good movies, though. You got to admit it.
Is Free
All
Guy
of
like
this
a
stuff.
reference to an extra man, like an extra life in a video game?
Well, it's about an NPC, yes. Literally. They even explain that.
Until I watched a few Americans talking about video games, I didn't realise that was what they call it. So we'd say extra life. Yeah? One up is an extra life.
Yeah, we call it that too.
Yeah, but you also call it a free guy.
Yep.
Maybe that's what the titles come from. Owen's not saying yes.
Well, I'm 50. I'm
It
going
could
to be
be,
50.
I'm not sure. I don't know that terminology, but could be.
We're saying it's about an NPC, right?
Yeah,
I think it's an analogy of NPC becoming having free will.
Oh, is that virus?
I've got the description right
Finally?
in front of me.
Hold on. Go ahead, Chocolate.
No, it says when a bank teller discovers he's actually a background player in an open world video game, he decides to become the hero of his own story, one that he can rewrite himself.
Yeah, it's a cool
That's
concept. I like it.
Yeah. But yeah, it is a video game reference. Yeah.
See, because I'm 56, going to be 57, we called it a free ball because I go back to pinball.
I see. And then when it was a dude instead of a ball, it becomes a free guy.
Correct.
But isn't that just what makes us, the ability to realize the parameters of our situation?
Correct. The contradiction in terms being that if you're a non-player character, you'll never have the ability to get to that stage.
Right. I think that, by the way, the lead actor in this is probably his best movie. I really liked him in this movie.
Who's the
I
lead
don't
actor?
always like him in every movie. And this one, he was great.
Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah.
He's the lead? Oh, shit, I'll watch this.
That's Deadpool,
Ryan
isn't it?
Reynolds
Isn't
is
Ryan
funny.
Reynolds Deadpool?
Yeah.
Yes, they messed up Deadpool. That was terrible what they did to Deadpool. That movie sucked.
Whoa,
That sucked.
Which movie are you talking about? You're not
The
talking
old
about
one.
X-Men.
The old one. The follow-up
with
of
the
the original
X-Men.
Wolverine, remember?
Hold on,
Yeah,
we got to
but
get.
that was-
I'm with
where they-
Chocolate.
the one
Everyone,
they
shush!
released-
This is important stuff. Me and
Yes.
Chocolate
It
want
is.
clarity. Does he mean the Model X amalgamation Deadpool, i.e., from a Deadpool of a load of DNA that they bundled together and then sew his mouth up? That crock of horse
Yes.
shit, or the new Deadpool movie?
Yeah, the Wolverine. It was basically he was a side character in a Wolverine movie, and they
Yes,
totally
he was.
screwed him up.
That was
he was.
garbage.
It's in the. I think it's in the Wolverine movie that was released early by a pre-editor, and then everybody saw the pre-edit, and then everybody would be chanting that in the movie theater because they saw the pre-edit before they actually went to the theater. That one, with claws growing, and all that shit. Remember?
Yeah, yeah. It's
I don't know.
part
that
of
was
the DNA
BS.
from what's his name? Presumably, they must have, to get him to have those claws, have the. No, because he had some of the chameleon abilities as well. So yeah, it all made sense in the plot. But it was just it was an abomination, wasn't it, for Deadpool to be like that?
Especially
Yeah, it
if
was
you
a
knew
really
Deadpool
bad
from
way
the
to introduce
comics.
a very popular character.
He makes reference to it in the first Deadpool movie. So in about the first 10 minutes of the movie, he's in his apartment before he turns into Deadpool, and he picks up that Deadpool action figure with the knives coming out of the knuckles. It's just an Easter egg they dropped in there.
Yep. Yeah, because that's Deadpool. He breaks the fourth wall all the time, so he could talk about all types of shit.
Yeah, that's
That-
the only. It's a bit of a rule break that I don't like, actually. So when they wheel him in to the test facility where he's going to get tortured to the point where he mutates, he just says something like, "Don't make the super suit green," which is a reference to or CGI. I think that's what he says. Don't make the super suit green.
Green Lantern, yep.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Green Lantern reference.
It's an in joke, but that's what's called an in joke. So when I trained in performing arts, that was like you'd get fired for that. You don't. In jokes are like a really, really bad thing. You don't do in jokes.
Yeah, but Deadpool is Deadpool is all about that, because Deadpool is the comic character that, like I said, breaks the fourth wall, they call it. So he would talk to the people reading the comic, like he knows he's in a comic. That's how they write him.
Yeah, that's
I get
great
it.
and everything, but the
It's
movie
super
sucked.
meta.
And if you are one superhero, you are not allowed to be another. I'm sorry.
He's also
Hey,
got
Virus.
there's a certain aspect that they left out of the comic. I'll give you 10 points to anyone who can tell me what they left out of the film intentionally because of budget restraints. A very distinct aspect of Deadpool's character is he's got a bag. Anyone know what I'm talking about?
Fuck, I forgot.
You talking about the bag that goes into free space?
He's got an infinite bag of guns, right?
Yeah,
But
the
in
bag of free space.
Yeah, if you like. But he pulls guns out of it, and he's got as many as he wants from this bag. Well, in the movie, they show him gather up an absolute shed ton of guns, and the joke is that they take a load of guns off the blind woman, right? And they put them all in a bag. But then when he gets to the actual battle, the Indian taxi guy still got the bag of guns, hasn't he? I forgot the guns. Well, that was just budgetary restraints. They didn't have the money to animate all of that gunfire, so they didn't. They just, to get around it in the plot, they just left the bag in the car. But that's part of Deadpool's character. That infinite bag of guns is part of his comic book persona.
Hey, well, we got virus
Yeah.
here.
That's kind of cheap.
Well, we got virus on the chat here or voice. You said it's not hard 10th. And I asked Proto a question. How do you ever get a baseline from a curved surface, Proto? And then you said it's not hard 10th. So why don't you tell us how that works?
What about it? What process you want to know?
Okay, I'll ask the question. How do you ever get a baseline from a curved surface?
Tangential angles.
Here goes the yawning again.
Tangential angles.
To explain?
Just repeat it.
Sorry, tangential angles.
What the fuck?
Everyone shut up. Go ahead, Virus. What do you mean?
I mean tangential angles. That's what they're called.
Elaborate.
What are called?
How you get angles from curved surfaces.
Okay. And you appreciate that celestial navigation uses elevation angles as opposed to tangential angles, right?
That's what they're called. I understand
Sorry,
that.
it's that I've just pointed out that in celestial navigation they're using an elevation angle. You're saying that's what they're called. So are you now going to provide a citation that shows that these tangential angles are what are being measured in celestial navigation? Can you do that?
I mean, that's how you get a curve. I mean, an angle from a curve. I can post that information if you want it.
No. Can you post that that's what they do in celestial navigation?
Why would they label that?
Well,
as
we're
that?
asking you about.
They don't label it as. They don't really label it as anything.
They
just say
do.
you
They
get
do.
angles.
I'll correct you. You're wrong. They call it an elevation angle. Were you unaware?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me be the first to tell you. Yeah, they don't measure a
not unaware.
tangential angle, Virus. They measure an elevation
I'm
angle.
playing with you.
And you seem to be
Yeah, I'm
talking to
playing
me.
with you.
What's
I'm
going
aware.
on? What's going on, Virus? Scared?
No, I'm letting you know that I'm
Scared?
playing with you. I do understand.
All right. What's an elevation angle then?
An elevation of an angle like an object that's above your horizontal.
Welcome to Flat Earth. That's what they do in celestial navigation. They don't take a tangential
I
angle.
know that. It works on both.
So shout at me that you know it already when you've just told me they take a tangential angle. They don't. They take a flat Earth angle, don't they? Don't they?
It works on both. I don't have.
No, it doesn't work on both because you're not using a tangential angle as you were claiming that they just do. That's just what they do. No, they don't.
You could use you could use and.
Do they use a tangential angle? We covered that originally. That was your opener.
Yeah,
do
and
they
I said
use?
that you can use
Do they
tangential
use a
angles,
tangential angle?
elevation angle.
Do they use? You're saying you can use. So this is just some fundy telling us what we could use when I'm specifically telling him that they don't use that. So we could. Oh, we couldn't give a fuck what you think we could do. Celestial navigation doesn't use a tangential angle, Virus. That's the third time I've told you. They do. Fundy Chanter, scared of me. You piss your pants there while I point out that that's not what they do. They don't use this tangential angle you bullshitted about. They use an elevation angle, proving Earth's flat.
Yeah, an elevation angle could be a tangential angle.
No, that's definitely not what it is. It's from a horizontal, not from a tangent.
Yes, it's from a horizontal.
Yeah, well, that's not a tangent, is it?
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. Do you want to define what a tangent is, and then we'll define what a elevation angle is?
Yeah, a tangent is a line that...
Sorry, why are we defining tangent? We need to define what an elevation angle is, as that's what's used in celestial navigation. They don't use tangents, they use elevation angles.
They use... Yes, they do.
Citation, please.
You mean citation? You can easily see
Citation, bitch! Do you want to back what you've just said they do use with citation?
the pictures of it.
Sorry, elevation angles are used. I can cite that. Now, you've said they can use tangential angles. Citation, please.
It's in the... Yeah, I've posted it already. It's in the navigation. It's in the almanac.
Almanac? What the hell?
Yeah.
Almanac?
Yeah.
Sorry, almanac's detailing measuring an elevation angle, is it? That's what an almanac's used for, is it? You think that's what an almanac's used for? This is a process called celestial navigation. Part of the process might utilise the almanac, but that's not the process. Hello? Citation, please. You've said they use tangential angles. No, they don't. You are wrong.
Any angle on the globe.
No, not any angle on a globe. You've got to have a horizontal. We've already covered this. We've already covered this. Horizontal. Angle from the horizontal. Angle.
That works on the globe.
Yeah. You scared of me? Did you piss your pants already?
Why would I be scared of you?
Because you've talked to us already about an angle from the horizontal. And then you've gone on to say it's an angle from the tangential. And we've said citation, please, and you haven't given us one.
Oh my God, that's what that is. They're the same.
Sorry, don't just tell me what it is. Provide a citation and not an almanac.
Okay.
$5 invokes the geometric horizon.
I
want to know where the vertex is on your tangent.
No. Hello. He's getting us a citation for tangential angles being used in celestial navigation. He said, no problem. Now we've got a whole load of rustling and nothing happening. And then you guys have piped up. We're waiting on you, Virus.
I know.
So, where's the citation?
Well, too bad I don't have it at hand just for y'all, but here, give me a
Sorry,
second.
you said it would be easy. So what you mean by it would be easy is it would be very difficult for you, the Muppet, lying about having citations for tangential angles when they use elevation angles. You just are lying shit. You don't have a citation for this. That is the bottom line. Something you claimed would be easy, you don't have.
Why do you make shit up?
It's making shit up.
I got it now.
So I can provide you right now with 10 citations about an elevation angle measurement and what it is from the horizontal, which you've already clarified. Is it just the rustling? That's the rebuttal, a load of rustling. So Earth must be flat. You can't acquire an elevation angle, not tangential angle, elevation angle from a curved surface.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, man. Okay, there you go, right there.
Do you want to talk a bit louder?
What I just posted, if you go down to 5, that's where they start talking about it.
Do you want to read it out?
Posted it where?
Just read it. Now we've got it, thank you. Read out the bit that you think backs your argument that they're going to take tangent angles.
Okay, traditional method, lines of perception and interception. This method was invented in 1857 by Admiral. I'm not even going to pronounce that. It's a French name. The true line of position A, tangent to the circle of position, can be merged into the line of position B because the estimate position E is close to the true position of O. And you have to be looking at the diagram that I posted in order for you to actually understand what I'm talking about.
Okay. Can someone stick it in Skype?
And go to 5.
Sorry, did you say tangent to the line of position?
Did he say circle?
He did say circle.
Yeah, so that's the circle of equal altitude.
That's correct.
Yeah, he's in the center.
No, it is not the circle of equal altitude.
But you said circle.
But this is not the circle of equal altitude.
Well, what circle is it?
Sorry. Are you now contradicting your own citation by saying it's not the circle you just cited as being a circle? Cat got your tongue. Pissing in your pants. What's going on?
No. Hold on.
You
Let
cited
me
it.
make sure,
It said circle.
Hold on. Let me make sure because I got.
Make sure you just fucking read it. But you need to make sure the fact that you've been absolutely annihilated by 10th man pointing out that you've got a circle. In your citation, circles. They're flat, aren't they? 2-dimensional.
No.
No? What do you mean no? Are you geometrically illiterate? Yes, stupid boy. Yes. Circles are indeed 2-dimensional. Hello?
I think it's in Master B.
Okay, maybe. Okay, let's see. The next section of LOP.
This is it, yeah? Tangent.
Maybe they're talking about
Hello?
the circle.
Hello, is this it? angles with vertices outside a circle.
What part are you looking at?
No, those are the slides I've been putting up, Nathan.
Oh, right. I thought someone said that. Neil, can you shut up?
I thought he said
No,
it
no,
was.
I
Actually, I
did.
think they
I
actually
put
might
it
be.
in Master
They actually
B.
might be
It
talking.
is
about
in
the line
Master
position.
B.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Neil. Very useful.
They might be talking about the line of circular position, the line of
Oh,
position.
it's a link. Thank you. Is it Chocolate that posted this link? Page
Yeah.
blocked. Doesn't like to present it. Can someone screen share it?
Well, I've been on this
I'm
site.
on it.
Yeah, I think they might be talking about the line of position.
Talking about tangent to a circle, not tangent to a sphere.
I mean, that's what it would be also the same thing.
Sorry, don't infer what your citation most definitely does not say. And tell us what it would mean. It made it clear. Hello?
You can take it like that. In mathematics, you can literally, like the circle and the sphere, the tangent would be the exact same. Because the circle is nothing but a cutout of a sphere.
Sorry, a cutout of a sphere. How are you?
Yes, it's a cross
Sorry.
section of a sphere.
Okay. So you're saying to do this, you cut out part of the sphere that you think you're standing on. Is that how we do things? Is it?
No. If you want.
So it's not how we do it then.
If you want.
So it's not how we do it then. So the thing you're claiming and trying to defend is not how we do it then. Shut the hell up.
What are you talking about?
It's not how we do it. You said we take a slice through the sphere in order to do this.
Yes, you can. Yes.
To get a 2D circle, right? That'd be a flat plane. 2D circle. Not spherical. And you're saying, no, it does still mean spherical if a slice through the sphere. And I'm saying, do we do that? And you say no. So shut up.
I'm telling you, no.
Talking about reality, Virus. You don't do that in reality.
Look what it says. Imagine Earth in space surrounded by celestial sphere. And yeah, in the model, it's very clear the center point is the center of Earth.
Exactly.
Hold on. No, it's not. Who's presenting this?
That's me.
Thank you, Arwin. On this
It's
diagram,
Chocolate's link.
correct me if I'm wrong, I've got a big circular flat plane that an angle measurement's being taken from the center of that flat plane out to a celestial sphere. I don't know what the hell this stupid shit is in the middle, but it's got nothing to do with the angle measurement to this star that's taken from the flat plane. Your diagram in this citation, Virus, shows an angle measurement off a flat plane.
If that's how you want to take it.
No.
Oh, come on.
I will
Virus.
repeat with it on screen for my audience. Fact. Here is a flat plane. Here is an angle measurement, and the two lines of the angle are on the flat plane and out to the star. That is what you have posted. An angle measurement on a flat plane. Thank you for showing how an angle measurement is done on a flat plane, Virus. Thank you.
Arwin, please post the introduction at the top of the page for Nathan to see the right angle triangle.
All right. And Nathan's totally on target, by the way. But it is trying to suggest there. It's like, oh, really? You measure this at the center of the ball Earth, according to
No, we
this
established that
diagram?
with Virus. We don't cut through a ball to get to a plane at the middle of the ball that he supposes when the citation talks about two-dimensional circles, and he says, because it didn't cite it, that actually means a sphere. And when I say no, it isn't, it's 2D, he says, well, if I now infer that I slice through the sphere, and I asked if we can do that, he said no. So this is shite, Virus. In fact, not only shite for your argument of a sphere, it's showing making a measurement on a flat plane. You are proving Earth is flat with this, Virus.
If you want to take it that way, that's fine.
That's what it shows. It's on screen right now.
Arwin, please Arvin, go to the top. Nathan, this is worse than you can imagine. I have this site. I've saved this site. It is possible to find your position on Earth just by observing a few stars. Celestial mechanics is precision mechanics and allows calculating the exact position of a heavenly body, star, planet, moon, sun in the sky at any given time. Knowing the position of the star in the sky, the measure of the angle between the horizon and the observer and the star using a sextant is enough to determine observer's position in latitude and longitude. What's the image below that? Does that look like a right angle triangle?
In description,
Right angle.
It's measuring in description a straight, flat baseline established with the horizon. You said horizontal, and the useful position they're actually getting that horizontal from is the horizon. So, what do you mean tangential angles? That is definitely not what it's just described in your own citation, Virus. It's describing a flat Earth with a flat Earth angle measurement out to the horizon. Why have you cited this? This proves Earth's flat, Virus.
I have no problem with you taking
In the
it that way.
diagram.
Sorry, why are you inferring that I'm taking it that way when it says it on screen right now from the citation you sent? Reference.
Because it literally doesn't say it. You're just taking it that way, and I don't mind that.
Sorry,
It shows it!
Okay. Sorry, what's the way of telling him where we are in terms of this picture that's on screen now with the triangle with H on it? Can you see that? What is that got a page number? Number 1, introduction, right? Can you see where it says introduction on your citation, Virus?
Hold on, I'm going back to it. All right, now what about it?
It's got a picture of a circle and a triangle above it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it. What about
Do you
it?
see the line that's called D?
Yeah, what about it?
It's not curved.
Yeah, do you know what curves that line?
Sorry,
in
it's
actual
not
reality?
curved. Like Earth
Do you
would
know
be.
what
Sorry,
curves that
sorry,
line in reality?
Virus. This
Oh
line,
my God. Don't ignore me.
it's on the diagram you cited. This line is not curved.
That's not reality. Do you know?
Sorry, not reality. Why are you citing it as being a proof of reality being curved when it shows it being flat? You say it's not reality. This is your citation to back your version of reality being a sphere. When we assume it's a sphere, even though the citation's talking about 2D circles, you say we're going to slice through them to prove your sphere you're using this to prove. And when I show you that the line D in the triangle's flat, you say it doesn't prove reality. Why did you cite it then?
I'm telling you that line, there's something you do in celestial navigation that will curve that line in reality.
Sorry, why are you telling me that that's something you would do when this is detailing what you do?
Dude, that's something that...
Sorry, what we do is using this straight line. It's not curved. That's what it's telling us what we do. You're going to now tell me what we do in celestial navigation. Go and argue with the celestial navigators, not with me, shit for brains. Go and argue with the publisher of your own citation that it's wrong, because this line should be curving, right, Virus? That in physical reality this is curved? Unlike your citation.
Yes, it's...
So go and argue with the man who published this shit, if you say it's wrong. Unfortunately for you, it's just backing that Earth is flat. So despite the fact you've thrown up this citation somehow to prove that we can cut through a sphere to get a 2D circle, it doesn't say that. So go and argue with the person who published it. It's your citation. Go and argue about celestial navigation with someone doing it. That's not me.
Right.
Did he just chant through every single one of what I've just said? Did he just chant through every word of it, people in Discord?
No, I heard what you said.
So go and argue with the guy who published it and tell him he doesn't understand how to do celestial navigation and that you know how better. Because it ain't proving it's a sphere. What's your malfunction, Triggered Fundy? You're pissing in your pants again. Pissing in your pants, talking through me when I point out that you need to go and argue that the celestial navigation method he shows with the flat line is in reality curved. You go tell him that.
I'm not going to argue with them.
Why are you chanting through every fucking word I say?
You're just telling me to argue with them.
Is that really? Yeah, you go and argue with celestial navigation method because he's telling us you do it with a straight flat baseline. You're saying in reality that's curved. That isn't what your citation says. So therefore you disagree with your own citation.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You've just told us that the line I pointed out in the introduction, that was straight, isn't. You said in reality that's not what it's like. All right. Well, maybe you want to take it up with the guy you cited?
No.
No? You think you need to argue about that with me when I show you how your own citation proves Earth's flat?
There's nothing wrong with making those assumptions.
What assumptions? There wasn't any assumptions. He just talked about measuring an angle. It just didn't have a curved line.
We're making the
You're chanting through me again, pissing in your pants, Virus. Virus, if you were winning, you wouldn't need to chant through the top of every devastating point I put to you. But you scared little... There it goes again. You want to go for a piss? You seem scared, uptight, anxious, like you need to go and urinate. Do you want to go and urinate? Because you seem to be incessantly interrupting me. Terrified of the fact your own stupid citation proved Earth's flat.
No, it's fine. I don't mind.
It's fine. Well, if you say it doesn't prove what you're trying to prove, because you're trying to prove curved lines where there's flat ones in the citation, then you need to take it up with them, not me.
It goes with exactly what I'm saying. It's fine.
Where? Not in what you read, it didn't.
Nathan, may I point out that the blue line you referenced, D, is also shown in one circle of equal altitude, D, just below it, meaning it's all flat from the GP to the observer because he's somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. The blue and the blue are the radius.
Oh, and can you pop that on?
That's
So
on the
Nathan-
introduction. It's yeah, you had it up already, Armin. It's
Yeah.
this.
But I found a part where they're actually attempting to represent, well, angles on a sphere here, and even basically mention, like, yeah, this is kind of impossible. Really funny part.
Go through it, Armin.
Right. While you may remember the formulas to solve plane triangle in geometry, the formula for spherical geometry may not be quite so memorable. Question mark. As a recap, the triangle in the plane geometry, the cosinus rule for the spherical geometry in the general case is like this, straight. And then this is what it would be like if it's curved. But it doesn't, application of a general case to our problem. This is the problem. And they don't have a solution for it, apparently.
Nathan, I
It's
just
just
posted the
describing the
photos.
problem.
I just posted a screen capture of what I'm talking about in Master B. You'll see it.
Wow, look at this.
I've got it up
Look
now.
at
Sorry,
that.
Owen, I've just taken that off screen now. Thank you, Owen.
All right.
Okay, got it up, 10th.
Yeah, so you see,
Leave yours up, Owen. Oh.
you want to go, Adam, or you want me to do it?
No, I just want Owen to leave that up. I was just reading it. But
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'll put it back up.
All right, so on the screen capture here, the D is in blue, and then they show circle of equal altitude with the same D from the GP of the star to the observer. And we know circle is two-dimensional. And when you do two or more of these, you get a fix. So what do you got to say for yourself, Virus?
I have no problem with this whole website whatsoever.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Don't welcome me to
welcome.
Flat Earth because they talk about the globe. Y'all just missing it. I'm waiting for y'all to get to it.
You know,
Sure.
you're such a little, you fall for every little trick.
Hold on, by 10th. Go ahead, Virus.
Sure.
Sure, you go ahead. Tell us all about
Yeah,
it.
tell.
Oh, fine. I like y'all brainstorming about this. Keep going.
Your citation. You tell us.
I'm enjoying this.
I would like to point out that 30 minutes ago, Nathan said there was 10 minutes left.
Yeah, and then Virus came on and tried to assert that he'd got a citation for curved adjacent.
I was called on. I could have
And you're next, Mr. Helper Extremesis, with your 1 degree every 60
Exactly.
nautical miles and chat skanking. So
I
just
mean-
hold on.
I
That's
didn't
what
say that
it's
earlier.
about.
Oh, yeah, you did. You said it was perspective. We'll get to you in a moment. Continue, Nathan.
So Virus posted something that proves Earth's flat. This angle measurement is the planar trig referenced in the bit that Arwin just went through. They started by talking about the planar trig of the triangle that they start with, Virus. Now, if you want to go through that and explain how, no, they're not starting with flat Earth elevation angles to do planar trig. No, they're starting with spherical trig. Do you want to go through it and show me where that's the case? Like Arwin just didn't go through it.
Well, I mean, what do y'all literally think 60 nautical miles per degree is?
How'd you measure that degree?
That's what curves your
Per
bottom
degree.
line
Per
when
degree.
you're making this measurement.
Sorry, measurement?
What
How'd you
what
measure that
mean?
degree?
Finish?
Measurement, you say?
Let me finish.
Yeah, I heard you say 1 degree.
You use tangential angles for that.
Oh, do you? Citation, please. This citation doesn't say you use tangential angles.
Why would they say that? This ain't
Because you're claiming it and you've cited it to back that shit? That's why it should say what you said it's useful to cite for? That would be tangential angles, which this doesn't say you use? You stupid shit.
It's called.
This is your citation, right? I've said they use citation for citation basis of tangential angles. This is it. It does not say that.
Nathan, I've got a nit, but if I could just, if you want to pull up what Arwin is showing, there's a nice response on that page.
Okay.
It's what Arwin was covering there was them attempting and showing the complexity of the problem. And so what they said is, we have found a mathematical relation between what we know and what we are looking for. With two observations, we get a system of two equations and two unknowns that we're able to solve. The celestial navigation problem is now resolved. But this is how they resolve it. Of course, the resolution is not really simple by hand. For a computer, the process is quite straightforward. It solves the system by equations by an iterative method using the estimated latitude and longitude as starting values. With more than two observations, it's possible to improve. And you can see that complex thing here. But what I like is the side note. For a normal human being, solving such a celestial navigation equations will take hours. Now, what we've seen here is a demonstration, an attempt to put it on a ball and show how it works on a ball. But what it's clearly stating is this isn't how you do it. And if you were to do it like this, it would take hours to figure out your stuff.
But when you say, sorry, Adam.
Yeah.
When you say figure it out, correct me if I'm wrong, you mean take the elevation angles that were derived or measured from a flat plane and make those work with the spherical trig, correct?
Yes, it's still having to have that first premise there. But even then, it's not really saying it does it. It's saying it's an approximation with extra given data. It can get there. A computer can do it. A human could do it, but it'd take hours. And my point is, well, that's not how celestial navigation is done. So whatever they've done here is putting it on a ball, but it's not how celestial navigation is done. So it's kind of irrelevant, whatever it shows.
So, Virus, it seems to be showing how you could take what is actually done in celestial navigation. That's not tangential angles, by the way. And how you could transpose that onto a ball, but it would take forever, and that's not what's done. However, at the top of the page, when you were saying, oh no, I agree with all this and blah, 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 that was describing how you do it on a flat plane to get angles. No conversion after the fact needed. So, we need a flat plane in the first instance, Virus. That's what your citation showed at the top in the introduction. The first thing it mentioned, introducing how you need a flat plane.
There's nothing wrong with making those assumptions. There's nothing wrong with making those assumptions.
No, measurements.
There's nothing wrong with making the assumption that...
So you didn't hear me. Not assumption, measurement.
They are assumptions.
No, they're measurements with sextants. That's a measurement, dick brain. Do you not know the difference between assuming something and getting a tool to measure it?
Yeah.
Is it because those measurements take place on a flat plane that you want to superimpose an assumption of a flat plane in place of the actual measurement done utilizing an aspect of the ground that would be that it's flat? You'd rather relabel that as an assumption, would you, Virus?
You can literally have that as an assumption.
You could have it as an assumption or a premise that makes this possible, an aspect that is required for this to be done. You could paraphrase it as an assumption when in fact it's a necessary aspect of the ground you're dealing with. You could just call it an assumption when it's a necessary fact that you need a flat plane to take an elevation angle. Just call it an assumption. That'll make this a lot less painful for you. Other than it's a measurement.
It's a measurement that would work the same literally on both models.
Models? Nobody's measuring any models. We're taking an elevation angle measurement. Why would you fast forward to this transposition that would take forever once you've got a flat Earth angle measurement? We're not talking about models, we're measuring an angle. First step, measure the angle. Nobody's talking about any models. Your globe model will require this first step also to get to your model. So we're not doing anything with models, we're just measuring an angle.
Yes, you can make.
Yeah, and that will require the Earth to be flat, Virus.
It's still, no, it doesn't.
No? Do you want to tell me how you get that angle off a curved surface then?
I already told you.
No, you didn't. You gave us a reference that showed how you do it on a flat plane. Then you rumpused the living shit out of me when I pointed out that your own citation proved Earth's flat.
It didn't. I said...
Oh, didn't it? When I asked you why the line at the bottom of the triangle wasn't bent, you said that you could just take it as reality being different. And I pointed out that you'd have to take that up with the guy who published it.
Yeah, I heard you when you said that and I responded.
Yeah, you responded with that in reality, the line he's showing in this citation is flat, but in reality, according to Virus, it isn't. Yeah, that's a problem you'd have to take up with him, not me. Meanwhile, the citation's proving Earth's flat, Virus.
That's not what I responded with.
Oh, isn't it really? What did you respond with when I asked you about that flat straight line? You didn't tell me in reality it's bent.
I said there is something that you do in celestial navigation that would bend that line.
And where's that? There's something you do or something that you could do?
There's nothing wrong.
Sorry, something you do or you could do?
It's something that you do.
Oh, really? So you want to show me a citation where you do that as opposed to a disclaimer that you absolutely do not? Because that's what your citation gives us, a disclaimer that it would take forever. And it's not what's done, as you chant through me, little pissy pants. Chant through me. It's not what your citation says is done. It gives a disclaimer for how complicated and long-winded the process of doing that is when you convert it from what is actually done, Virus. You are wrong. So do you want to find a citation that does say you take it with a curved adjacent when the opening introduction to your reference says otherwise, proving Earth's flat?
You're in the first introduction. Why would you expect it to say that there?
Oh, I'd expect it to say we take this angle from a sphere if that's what you're trying to prove with it.
Well, you would be completely wrong. You can.
Yeah, because Earth's flat and you don't take angles from curved surfaces.
Exactly. Yes, you actually can.
It's literally the first illustration on your citation, bro.
Yeah.
Literally the
Number
first
one, open brackets, introduction.
That was my point of the tangential angle, because you can literally get an angle from curved surfaces.
And that's not what they do in celestial navigation. You keep holding up this little straw man because you can describe how to get tangents from spheres, that's what's done in celestial navigation. It isn't, Virus.
I would like for you to prove
Why
that.
would you? You'd like for me to prove it? I'm doing it with your own citation right now on screen for the audience.
We're going to post it in, take the screenshot and post it in Discord so we can see it.
Sorry, you want me to take a screenshot of your citation and send it back to you?
Yes.
No. Your citation proves Earth's flat. I asked you to reference the line labelled D, and you did so for me.
You're not going to do it, are you?
Sorry, we did do this. Past tense.
So then just post it.
Sorry, stuttering bitch. We have done this. It has been done. We have progressed from doing it to doing other things. Do you understand? You referenced line D on screen. You had it in front of me. I had it in front of you. We were all clear about what we're talking about, and I asked you why it wasn't bent, and you started to stray away from your own citation, arguing with the method of celestial navigation detailed in this introduction.
Okay, so you're in the introduction still. All right, what about it?
It proves Earth's flat. Angle of elevation.
What part?
The two straight lines, one of them being the baseline. It's not curved, as you confirmed, and now suddenly I've got to send you a screenshot of something that you've already gone through me and confirmed is not bent. Line D on screen right now.
Yeah, I didn't know what you're talking about. Now,
oh, you didn't when we went through it and you were looking at it and confirmed that you were looking at line D and asked you why it isn't bent and proves Earth's flat. You don't remember that, you lying shit.
No.
You don't? Oh, right. Well, you've got a memory of a goldfish, haven't you? You don't deserve to be here if you can't remember a conversation we had 3 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Mr. Forgetful, this opening introduction on your reference is demonstrating how Earth is measurably flat. To get this angle, it can't not be. You couldn't get this angle if the surface was curved. That's your citation. Did you want a screenshot?
Yes.
Oh, really? Well, you sent it to me, you stupid shit.
I don't see that whatsoever.
Oh, you don't see it on your own citation? While G plus Fundy mutes this decent point. You can't see on your own citation? We went through it. Third time's a charm. I confirmed you were looking at it.
The world needs to be...
Sorry, you've told me you can't see something I confirmed you were looking at.
Where does it say that?
Where you confirmed you were looking at when you said you could see line D, part 1, introduction. You confirmed you saw it. We were all talking about the same thing. It proves Earth's flat. Line D is not bent.
Yeah, it does not say anywhere that the world needs to be flat in order...
That is a line of angle of elevation that is being measured against the horizontal. You defined what that line was. Horizontal, you said. You have confirmed this. Not curving, not a tangent. Horizontal, you said.
Okay.
Okay! Welcome to Flat Earth, bitch! Now let me know how my fucking salty balls taste.
Words. I don't think you can.
Oh, you don't think I can what? Teabag your dumbass with this flat straight line measured on Earth?
You can't highlight those words, can you?
Sorry, you've got an obfuscation, eh? Been teabagged?
Highlight the words.
What words? It's a straight line measured and described and depicted as flat. It's not curved.
Highlight the words that says that it needs to be flat.
It is flat. It's implicit, you fuckwit.
Highlight.
Sorry, are you really asking me to justify in a diagram with a triangle that one of the fucking lines isn't curving? Are you stupid? Is this really the level of delusion you've sunk to? I've got to prove this fucking triangle isn't curving.
You just have to prove to me that
somebody's muted
where
him.
It needs to be flat.
Right? Or it's cutting out.
I just need you to highlight where it needs to be flat.
D, line D, we've already done this.
Yeah, and I can already...
Yeah! So when you know and we've done it and you've clarified it, you fucking obfuscating twat, you need me to prove it afterwards as well, because it proves Earth's flat. So we need to go around in this circle 5 more times.
No, I need you... Yes, please just stop taking me in a circle and just highlight where it says this.
We did that already.
No more circles.
D, you've looked at it.
Take me in a circle.
So what? So you can chant through me?
You're going to take me in a circle. Just highlight...
No. The circle is on the diagram. You looked at it. You said you could see it. I asked if you could see the line D. You said you could. Now, because we're over and over again clarifying that that proves Earth's flat, because that's the line along the ground to the GP of the star in this diagram, the angle measurement being this position, where you measure the angle from. It's in the introduction that you looked at.
Assumption if you want to, but highlight where it says it needs to be flat. Please.
Line D. Line D. Line D. Line D. Introduction.
What's line D? There's no line labeled D that says it needs to be flat. So please highlight where it says it needs to be flat.
Kick him out.
Nathan.
Now,
Yeah, he's just being a dummy. He's
Nathan,
ignorant.
It's showing you that it's flat, bro.
No, he wants the words to
That's
say
straight.
this has to be done in a flat Earth.
he needs the citation he's provided with a triangle, with a flat line at D, to have literally a label next to it saying, this line is definitely not curving. Because obviously, the person publishing this triangle with a straight line is going to assume that people look at this and go, I wonder if line D is bent. So I need to clarify that. No. So kick him out. Just kick him out. He's just a total wanker.
Yeah,
The
he's gone.
observer is the vertex virus.
Extremistus, make sure you go on deafen. As soon as he left, Extremistus went on deafen, the little coward little bitch.
Yeah, Extremistus, what a coward. He knew we were going to get to him when that was rounded out, with Virus having to deny a straight line being straight.
But Virus came on the show a while back ago, and he says it's straight to the horizon. Now, the observer in this image is the vertex of the straight line he's talking about. So it's obviously a straight line there.
That's right.
Yeah, and it ain't tangent to a sphere. That much is bloody obvious just by looking at it. This line is not tangent to any sphere. It's definitely straight. It's definitely flat. It's got to be because this point's got a 90 degree at the bottom of H where it meets D.
And it does explicitly say that with the 90-degree box. That's a geometric principle, and it's in the definition of an angle.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought you were a mathematician. Virus.
No, when it boils down to it, he needs specific and explicit clarity being given to a straight line in a diagram when it comes to him losing. That's pathetic.
That's actually the perfect word, pathetic. You're absolutely right.
And then you got the lion surrat idiot protothad chat skanking. Come in VC.
Arguing with delusion is never easy.
No, it isn't. Now we can assess that after the fact. Was that useful?
Yes.
He said, send me a screenshot of the citation I just posted. What a clown.
That's beautiful, though. That's beautiful. Everybody's going to hear that.
I don't know. I was more interested in, hey, prove that this straight line is actually straight and not secretly curved.
I would, just so it's not left hanging out there, what did Extremistus claim? That we had a tangent point or something?
No, as you can see in Master B, I screenshotted the interaction. Coffee Hose, the other numpty dipshit, said, I think the whole 1 degree per 60 nautical miles will be put down to perspective eventually. And Extremistus replied with convergence of the perspective limit. So I wanted to deal with that.
They're taking an aspect of our argument and thinking that they can use it in their own. That's weird. Oh well, we won't get to talk about it. Figure out what the hell they're thinking.
They're not really challenging the position, though. They're not showing evidence that you can get an angle from curved adjacent. They're not
exactly.
They're agreeing you can get an angle from the surface, but then they're not accepting how the angle's taken.
Yeah, and then they'll disagree with their own bloody citation. Well, I know this shows it as a straight line, but in reality, it's like, what the hell are you using this citation for then? If you're immediately going to tell me that what it shows is wrong, according to you.
Yeah, don't get hung up on details, man.
Don't get hung up on that flat earth bit at the beginning of my citation. That's what this boils down to, doesn't it? Part 1, introduction, measure flat plane. Oh, don't get hung up on that. Go to the bottom of the citation where they tell you about the lengthy process of converting this flat earth angle into sphericity and how arduous that task could be, therefore nobody ever does it. Focus on
it
that.
would take hours.
Takes hours and hours for us to take this flat Earth and turn it into a sphere to do celestial navigation. So basically no one ever does this complicated load of old crap. But focus on that right at the bottom of the citation, because that backs that your flat Earth angle can work on a sphere.
Poor showing, Virus. Poor showing.
Yeah, stuffed with the usual tactics of talking over the main points that are making them lose.
Well, unless it
Well, he tried
says
to
this can only work on a flat Earth, he wasn't going to be happy.
Well, he
Right.
showed
That
it.
was his last straw man.
That was his last straw man.
Yeah, to say, oh, show me where it says the Earth must be flat for this to happen. That's what he tried to do. His last ditch straw man.
Right.
Exactly.
But it's implicit in the diagram. The straight flat line, and when I took him to that, it's like, no, well, that's bent. It's like, well, then this geometry doesn't work anymore, does it? And that's your reference.
Yeah, it's like asking to say, you need to show me the citation where that line is black. I need to see where they tell me that that is a black line. Well, it's self-evident. The black line's right in front of you. So you don't need citation for that. He's a fucking retard.
But that's where they'll take it, rather than concede that what's being shown and measured is demonstrably measuring a flat Earth and can't work if it isn't. Suddenly, no, but in reality, at the bottom of the citation, there's a long-winded process where I can take that flat Earth measurement and make it work with a sphere. It's like, yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth, though, aren't you, first? Start from there. Number 1, introduction. How'd you introduce this process, right, John? The other John, not QE. How'd you introduce it? What's the first step? Measure flat Earth.
Well,
it's definitely a stumbling block.
You got Fundy muted by Neil.
Sorry.
I was just saying it's definitely a stumbling block if you want to assert Earth is curving.
I was just going to say you were right on point when you said kick him out, because that was the end.
It was the end about 3 years ago when he said he left the pants but didn't leave them.
Oh, okay.
That was actually the end.
It should
Yeah, I
have been the
remember
end
he
of us
did
ever
say
dealing
that.
with him again.
Being a bit unfair, it was in reference to reference frames. Obviously, his pants being reference frames, and he can, leave one reference frame, like his pants, but still sling them over his shoulder, like a reference frame. So therefore, you can take a reference frame with you when you've taken it off, like your pants. Obviously, that makes total sense.
Infinite reference frames.
That was such a funny day. Thanks, Virus, for that. That was great.
So yeah, he's got so much attachment to multiple reference frames, he's taken them with him in reference to a pair of pants he's taken off but still got with him. Meanwhile, Simon Dan's telling us you and your reference frames are ruined. It's amazing how convoluted the argument from the other side is.
Well, can I say it a little bit different than I said a minute ago?
Yes, please.
He has to be a flat earther first before he can be a glober.
Yeah, step 1, introduction. Measurements on a flat Earth. Step 27. You could convert those processes that we've just described in celestial navigation onto a sphere thusly. Half an A4 side of calculations. But it would take forever and nobody does that.
I do, actually. That's what I've been working on.
Oh, okay. That math is going to get applied to a kitchen, isn't it?
Oh, you don't doubt that for a second.
Oh, beautiful. I will remind Virus once you've done it. Hey, check it out. If we go to part 27 of your reference that you sent us in citation to prove, when not citing anything, that you can actually have tangential angles measured when they're measuring elevation angles. Step 1, introduction, measure elevation angle. Check it out. We can still use the part 27 to turn this kitchen spherical. Isn't that amazing?
I mean, it's a cool little mathematical trick. But once you got the gist of it, it's not as impressive as it used to be.
Personally, I love that shit when they do that. Oh, you could do this. Well, do they? No, but you could. Oh, okay.
Their whole shtick is to get us arguing about how they could do it on a sphere. I've noticed this pattern emerging. So it seems like we're having an argument about how we say we could do it, because we don't know. And they say we could do it, because they do know, obviously, from their point of view. No. That bit isn't going to be argued about. It's called celestial navigation. It's not, we could do it your way on your ball. No, we don't do it anyway. I've never had to do this, and I don't think anybody on the panel has. It's just the method of celestial navigation, and it will be using elevation angles that will require the Earth to have a flat aspect to it. You don't have to like it. And if you object, go and object to the people doing the celestial navigation successfully with their flat plane beneath them. Because I don't care.
Question is, how do they do it? Not how could they do it. It's how do they do it?
With measurements from the horizontal to an object in the sky.
No, because then you'd be talking about reality and not hypothetical. They like the hypothetical.
They can't even do it on a model. Rob Durham showed it. Attempted to get an elevation angle off a sphere. He showed it in black and white. Right? Between the hypotenuse and the adjacent, he attempted to get an elevation angle. What happened?
Syntax error.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get an elevation angle. As you say, Rob Durham showed it. It can't be done. And when you show how it is done with a straight flat line, obviously being an angle, two straight lines, they'll tell us that the citation showing it that way is wrong. Nuts.
That's actually what he said. You're right. He said it's wrong.
Now they're down to saying that, the father protothad, he's going everywhere saying there are no triangles in celestial navigation. So I want him to keep talking. Jedi mind trick those numpties. It's easy.
Just step back in. Chocolate, who was the last guy that brought up a thought citation and said the opposite? Who was that?
Kosho?
Yeah, Kosho.
Kosho. See, when you cite their own references and citations and books, they have to go to them too. And they just think a straight line is curved. They can never see a straight line because they're into this Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, quite literally. He thought a straight line depicted straight in a triangle with an angle with 90 degrees. He thinks that's bent. It can't work if it's bent, but he will literally tell us that the diagram he cited is wrong, that in reality, the line that necessitates 90 isn't going to give you the 90 that you need because it's bent. That's the level of madness that they have descended to.
Yeah, he said that line is curved in reality.
Yes, that's what he said.
That was amazing to hear that coming out of anybody.
I can't wait to listen to it on the Uncut and After Show.
The thing I'm having the hardest trouble with my math conversions is getting a height off the floor that'll give me a tangential plane that I can utilize to create my spherical kitchen. But once I get that, it's all done and busted.
You said the height of the floor?
No, he's talking about height of eye. It needs a tangent to infer. So therefore, when we talk about the distance to horizon at 1.22, That's what he's talking about, right? Oh, that's what you're talking about, right,
Yeah.
John?
I got it.
Yeah, for my scaling values to everything else.
I'm sure you'll get there.
Because when you look at the sphere Earth and the way they've got it set up, that they just use a bunch of different tangential planes along the equatorial in different directions to assert, the celestial sphere. So, like, when you rotate that tangential plane, which is just a plane, it's an oxymoron to even state it. I hate using it, but once you assert that, then you can assert that the ground's actually what was horizontal is no longer horizontal, I guess you would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be the case that after your demonstration comes, you can show the Al-Biruni method to simplify it into a slightly different version. In other words, let's get this height from a flat plane so we can make the ground not flat anymore.
But it is pretty complicated math. I mean, it's really clever. I mean, I'll give them that. It's a very clever model.
I'm sure it takes hours.
It's still a flat plane model, though.
Yeah, it's going to start with a flat plane.
Where is this sphere model anyway? Has anybody presented it? The full model?
No, you can't. Now we know why. You can't square the circle. That's the problem, Neil. So, in Google Earth, when you zoom out, it's a sphere, and you can render it that way. But when you get down to the ground and draw out an elevation profile, it shows it all flat. Well, you can't make both work simultaneously. Now, which one's representative of reality? The zoomed out, rendered, three-dimensional looking Google Earth image that you get to see on your screen in pixels from a vantage point you will never achieve in a sky vacuum, or the bit they sell to people actually building stuff. That would be Google Earth Pro and its elevation profiles. Yeah, it's the latter. The flat bit that shows no drop and has no measurable drop, discernible or otherwise, measurable or otherwise, in those profiles. The elevation is flat. So that's what you deal with. But as I say, you can't have both at the same time.
Amazing.
Nathan, step back in again. A lot of stuff going on today, but back to that top picture. Remember when Proto responded to Brian's logic and said that the radius from the circle of equal altitude goes through the Earth, which means in Proto's mind there's an arc over it. When you look at this picture, it shows D as the adjacent or baseline of a right angle triangle. And then underneath it shows a circle of equal altitude. And of course, we know that with one circle, you could be anywhere on that circle's perimeter. And so here, the observer on top is getting a vertex to himself using a sextant, so to speak. And then at the bottom, from a top view, it shows where the observer is on the edge of that circle of equal altitude, with the same D being a radius of a two-dimensional circle, which means a straight line. Where's the arc overlay on the top picture to show that this thing that Proto said, it goes through the Earth? Where is that arc overlay, Proto?
There isn't one, and it couldn't work with the bottom two-dimensional circle in terms of giving you an accurate radius. That was the radius that I assume that he started with virus, that is Proto Thadone, is the person we're discussing now. But you can't have it curved, because that D length is going to give you the radius for the circle of equal elevation.
The sextant is an angle measuring instrument, and an angle is two rays meeting at a common point called the endpoint, which is the vertex. There's no way it can work on anything but a flat plane. It's impossible.
that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a day! What a lovely day!